The views and opinions expressed during this program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not reflect the views of Explorewithsu. As such, this channel cannot be held liable for any legal actions arising from the content of this program.
Hello my bessies, welcome to this channel. It's your girl Susu here. If you are not subscribed yet, please do well to subscribe, support this channel, like this video, comment and share. Thank you.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
Senate to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my Senate.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
You are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
I'm already hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Have Your Say. We are here today on behalf of, my name is Manuel Ferreira, and I'm here today on behalf of Rudolph Okonkwo to host, to be your moderator for today's show, Have Your Say. And today our topic is we are Nigerians. This is who we are, and how can we build a better nation? Today we would be covering a few historical perspectives of the basic of what describes a Nigerian character. What are the characters of a Nigerian? We will describe that from the perspective of the first Governor General of Nigeria, Lord Lugard. We will look at it from a current Nigerian perspective. We would also delve into our historical past regarding having positive characteristics as Nigerians, and also what are our negative characteristics. But before we start today's show, I want to first of all thank those Nigerians that continue to be active on the cause of liberation. I want to make mention of Idris Abdul Karim, the musician, the likes of Charlie Boy, Macaroni Fast, and other artists who are using their arts to conscientize the nation. Also, one must not go without saying a big thank you to the likes of David Udeni, Dele Farontimi, Aisha Yusuf, Omoye's Corner, in DJ Media, in Amdi Kanu, Dr. Charles Akboki, Mr. Elvis of Niger Watch and Mommy Diaspora of Niger Watch, Adiola Fayehun, Rudolph Okonkwo, Mayegun of the Temple of Truth, and a host of others that I can't remember their name. Also, all members of these panels that come on board to discuss topical issues that affect Nigerians, I want to say a very big, both as panelists and those in the comment section, I want to say very thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for all you do to save our country. In these days of making money and consumption, for being creative in using what God has blessed you with to serve a higher purpose, on focusing on the pains and suffering of the people, and to push for their liberation and a better future for the country. Nigerians do not need active activists. We need active citizens. We lack visionary leaders. We are ruled in the absence of vision and purpose, which has been corrupted. And we continue to strive to seek that we have citizenship. Comparing Nigerians to Kenya, the highest office in the land, which is that of the citizen, is missing in Nigeria. We are not yet citizens, and we continue to strive for this greater purpose. So for today's show, we would just peruse through a few headlines that has been in the news. We will not cover the headlines today as our subjects of discussion. We would only run through them briefly. A few things that has been on the headline in the last 1 week is the fact that $500 million has been spent for women projects, according to the person in charge of women empowerment, Kennedy. Also in Nigeria, a few other items in the news include, but are not limited to the following. Obi demands the release of Nnamdi Kanu from detention, and the Dangote refinery had an explosion. Other items that has been in Nigerian news that are not limited to this is Nigerian news is always bedeviled with several headlines that are mostly negative. But there's always a few positives, but it's always hard to find. Other items in the news, in Nigerian newspaper headlines, include the fact that Zamfara government rejects Tinubu's permanent secretary appointment. Other items include federal government is not planning to run 4 budgets according to the presidency in its response to criticisms from Obi. And then in the news is the fact that scores are killed as terrorists bomb a wedding in Borno State. And like I said, we will not be discussing the news today or the headlines. We will be focused on the concept of who are we as a Nigerian? What are we? What is our character? If you look into the Nigerian concept, before it was established, before Nigeria became Nigeria, a journalist named Flora Shaw suggested the name Nigeria. She proposed the name based from its initial name, which is the Royal Niger Company Territories. Nigeria is a country in West Africa. It was colonized by the British in 1884, and the colony is established at the Berlin Conference, which divides Africa, by the European powers. The British targeted Nigeria because of its resources. Then how do we Nigerians view ourselves today? We will delve into details. Before I start to add people or post the link to add people to this conversation, I want to say that the motto for Nigeria is unity, faith, unity and faith, peace and progress. If you review the Nigerian motto, you would see that unity we barely have. Faith, I think we have that in abundance, or at least faith in whatever religion we profess. The other aspect of our motto include the other aspect of our motto include unity, peace, progress. Let me read the motto again clearly so that I'm not making any mistake on what unity and faith, then peace and progress. If you look at the concept of peace, it has been very elusive for some Nigerians, particularly in the Middle Belt area. And the question of progress since 1960 is seriously debatable. I wouldn't agree that we are making progress. So within our motto in itself, there are questionable issues there to be addressed. So let me post the link so that those who wants to join us can start to join us. I'm posting the link. If you want to join this conversation, please feel free to click the link to join for discussion, and we can take it from there. Now, as we bring in people, I'm going to first of all take us to what is our characters as Nigerians. What is our character as Nigerians? Now, what's his name? Lord Lugard, who was, I see Mr. James. Thank you for joining us. Lord Lugard, in his detailed note that he kept, thank you very much, Mr. James, for joining us. In his detailed note that he kept as a record keeping, did make a clear description of what he believes a Nigerian is. I'm going to run through that with us, and after I do that, I would raise our first question on that. Again, the link has been posted. Please feel free to join us, and thank you, Mr. Alexander, for joining us. We will, as more people join us. Thank you, Mr. James, for joining us. Mr. Alexander, thank you. That's Mr. Gomez. I'm seeing his face for the first time.
Oh, really? You never see my face? Oh, Mokia. More bad, Janio.
Better there, and Latija anytime. Better. So the first, I'm going to, while I'm adding people to join in this conversation, I'm going to go to the quote from or the notes taken by Lord Lugard. You understand? Lugard was the person who joined Nigeria, Northern and Southern Protectorate. So, but as his girlfriend then was a journalist, and they both kept detailed notes of Nigerians who they referred to as the natives. And in their notes, you'll find interesting comment, which is worthy of review in our today's world. Let me see if I can add that screen, that slide on here. Okay. 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 So that is being shared now is the picture of Lord Lugard. And Lord Lugard, in his statement in which he was describing Nigerians, had some interesting things he wrote down in his papers, in his document. And those things, I'm going to go over them a little bit and read them. I still got some more people joining us. Let me acknowledge them. Hold on. Okay. Mr. I'm going to add a new person that's just joined us, but let me read Lugard's comment about what it considers a Nigerian is. In his papers, Lugard wrote down that in character and temperament, Lugard wrote, the typical African or Nigerian of this race type is happy, thriftless, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight. Note that that's our unsavory words he's using to describe Nigerians. He said we are a type of people that are happy, we are thriftless, we are excitable people, and we lack in self-control and discipline. He also goes on to say that we are courageous and naturally courteous and polite. We are full of personal vanity with little sense of veracity, and that we are fond of music and we love weapons as an Oriental Jewry. These are very strong words. I don't know if I should be reading these. So he also goes on to describe us as that our mind is far nearer to an animal world than that of the European or Asiatic world. That's very bad. He goes on that through the ages that we appear to have evolved no organized religious creed. Although some of our tribes appear to believe in deity, religious sense seldom rises above pantheistic animalism and seems more often to take the form of a vague so it says our religion seems to take the form. This is real bad. I don't know if I should be reading it. It said, through the ages, the African appears to have evolved no organized religious creed, and through some tribes appear to believe in deity, the religious seldom rises above pantheistic animalism, and it seems more often to take the form of a vague dread of the supernatural. He goes on to say that we lack the power of organization, and we are conspicuously deficient in the management and control alike of men or business. He goes on to say that we love to display of power, but fails to realize its responsibility. He says that we will work hard with less incentive than most races. Wow. He goes on to say that we have the courage of fighting animal instinct rather than a moral virtue. These are the writings of the governor of Nigeria. I think these are very damning conclusion. So what's the relevance of me reading this? Because reading this to me is just to get us to the question that we want to address for today. You understand? The question we want to address for today, which is the first question, that is, which is as a Nigerian today, hearing I want to call it rubbish that man wrote down about Nigerians. What's your view about Lugard's comments? Historically, we also have to note that in 1894, this same Lugard joined the Royal Niger Company and was sent to Bogu to counter the French inroads into the territory of Africa. And in 1897, he was made responsible for raising the Royal West African Frontier Force from local duties to serve under British officers. Lord Frederick Lugard, as he was known, was the Governor General of Nigeria from 1914 to 1919. Now, another historical perspective to this thing was the fact that the Royal Niger Company sold its holdings to the British government of the territory of Nigeria for $1.1 million. That's 1,865,000 pounds. That was the amount the British paid to acquire the area that would later be known as Nigeria. And in 1899, Elizabeth II was that happened in 1899. Elizabeth II was the only monarch to rule Nigeria during this period and was officially titled Queen of Nigeria. The monarchy was abolished on October 1, 1963, when Nigeria adopted a president as its head of state, despite struggles with staggering levels of poverty. Okay, back to recent time. Recent data from World Bank points a sobering picture out of a population of exceeding 200 million, over 104 million Nigerians live below poverty line. The name Nigeria was taken from the Niger River running through the country. The name was coined in the late 19th century by the British journalist Flora Shaw, who later married Frederick Lugard, a British colonial administrator. Nigeria covers 356,668 square miles. That is 923,770 square kilometers. Oh, that is it for generally the Nigerian issue. Let me add more people. Olumide is just joining us. Let me add Olumide to the screen, and I believe Forefather is also here. Let me add Forefather. So welcome everybody. That's scary. Yes.
Can I quickly react to that? I'm going to go back to the background. I just want to quickly react to that.
Yeah, before you do that, Olumide, I'm going to request that you please stop driving and then put a park somewhere, and then I'm going to raise the question again. What question you want to
That's what I want to do. I want to park.
Yeah, please park. And then we're going to have 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how many people we have. Oh, I thought I added Forefather. Sorry, Forefather.
I want to pray.
Yeah. So we're going to have 3 to 4 minutes. Hold on, Olumide. To add, I feel bad even reading that stuff about this.
I want to crave Pa James' indulgence to just react, because I'm just boiling right now.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. James if he approved you to go first before him, since he came on board. He said he approves. So we're going to have 3 minutes. That thing is very, but it's an outrage to just see how he describes us. But there's some truth to it, and the question is, what is your view of how Lugard described Nigeria?
I mean, thank you, Alaba. See, this is the first time that I've heard so many things about Lugard, a few of what he has said and what he has done, but this aspect of what you read is the first time I've heard something like this, which is, I mean, it's fine. But all I want to say is that whatever Lugard has started in that statement is nothing but folly and stupidity. And may he burn 10 times over in the hell that he is in right now. I want him to burn 10 times over. Because the folly of what they created today is what we are faced with today. See, the white man, see, today we are faced with all the chaos they have created in this world, in the nations they have colonized, that they have mashed together, disturbed and put an end to the people's civilization. You understand? The way they would have developed naturally themselves. So he's crazy, he's unhinged, and he's a very stupid racist. You understand? I'm short of words to describe him. But may he burn 10 times over, in fact, 1,000,000 times over in the hell that he is in right now, with Flora Shaw, whoever the wife is. Now, this guy, see, they may be technologically more advanced than us. I think at that time that they came to Africa to colonize us, or to Nigeria specifically, to that geographical region, you could say that they were more technologically advanced than us. Even in history, there were races in the history of the world. Even if you read the Bible, the Assyrians who conquered the Jews, the Greeks who conquered the Assyrians, the Romans who conquered the Greeks. It was like they were more technologically advanced than each other in terms of weapons, superiority, military power. But when it comes to morals, when it comes to that religious creed that he was talking about, we were organized. We had our own religion. We had our own way of doing things. We knew not to sleep with a neighbor's wife, another man's wife. You know, we knew not to steal. We knew all of this, morality, wisdom. Maybe they were more technologically advanced. Maybe with time, with the kind of migration that we have today, a much more sensible, where people can move to other parts of the world and then learn, come back and develop their own country where they are from. Like the Asians did, the Chinese did. You understand? When they learned the ways of the white people and developed their technology, and now they are very technologically, you can say, are par, if not more advanced than even the white population. You understand? But they came, they mashed us all together, disturbed our civilization, developed they stopped the natural way that we should have evolved and developed. You understand? And then he is there making a statement that doesn't make any sense or any meaning. May he rot in hell a million times over again, like I said initially. So what he has said is nothing but bokом and nonsense.
But Olumide, I'm not trying to play the devil's advocate. I detest what he's saying. Do you see any fact in it? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's no fact whatsoever. It's all racism. It's all lies. It's all looking down on the people that they came to meet, all for one thing, to come and plunder their resources to use to develop their own country. They were more technologically advanced than us, fine. But in terms of morality, in terms of religion, in terms of organization, in terms of even when they came, there are other documentaries from other people from their part of the world that documented that when they came, that the Yoruba kingdom was like a republican way of life. There were settlements that were independent. They had their own chiefs. We had the Ogboni Council. We had and even in the East, the Igbos were organized too. They had their own way of life. In the North, they had their own way of life. But when they were about to leave and they were pressured to leave, just so they can continue to plunder and use our resources for their own gain, that was why they created that chaos before they left. So there's no truth in whatever he said. They were more technologically advanced. That's true, but that is not a new thing. Like I said, even in the Bible days that we read, the Assyrians were more technologically advanced than the Jews. They conquered them when they went to war. The Greeks were more technologically advanced than the Assyrians. They conquered them. The Romans, same thing. And then before we had the British Empire, the Spanish, and all of these smaller other empires that developed weapons, warships. So it was. You understand what I'm saying now? So being technologically advanced, it doesn't mean that you're smarter. It doesn't mean you are better, you're superior to us. You understand? Because now in these modern times, we have people from our own part of the world who go to their part of the world, who get educated, or who even aspire and a lot more successful, better engineers, better scientists, better, you understand? And they can always come back to our part of the world and develop our part of the world. You understand? So I don't agree with that assertion at all.
I understand that you're upset, but there's a few words where he's describing things that we see in today's Nigerian context. Are you attacking the messenger or the message?
I am attacking him and his message. I am saying that there's no truth in what he has said. You understand? He wrote these things down in his own time, based on what he saw. But I'm saying there's no truth in it.
But don't you see those same, not the animalistic part, but don't you see some same similarities in Nigerian behaviors in terms of religion?
That is why I'm saying that. That is why I'm saying that they have not allowed our society to evolve by itself naturally. Do you understand what I'm saying, Alaba? I'm saying that because of the seed of chaos for their own gain, that they've sown and continue to sow till this day. That is why we are treating each other the way we are treating each other. You understand? What is wrong? Czech and Slovakia, when they told themselves that enough was enough, we can't live together, let's have our own separate countries, they sat down on a round table and did it amicably. What is wrong with Africans, Nigerians doing the same thing? What is wrong with that? You understand?
You have 1 more minute, Olumide, so that Mr. James can.
So that is what I'm saying. But because of the seed of chaos that they have sown right from the beginning, you understand? They have sown that seed of chaos, handed over power to another part of the country that is different from another part of the country in terms of culture, in terms of civilization, in terms of the way we see life, that is now here with us till today, so that they can still continue to have access to our resources in the name of independence, and we're not truly independent. You get what I'm saying? I don't believe anything that he has said. I don't believe all he has said. All he has said is just nothing, but he wrote in there 1 million times for what he said.
Okay, Mr. James, it's up to you. Should I read it again? It's quite terrible reading that stuff.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. James.
Can you? Good.
Let me add Righteous Man yeah, thank you, Righteous Man. Welcome for joining us. Mr. James, can you, if you need me to read it again, I feel bad reading that rubbish. I don't want to call it rubbish. Righteous Man, let Mr. James go and then I will get to you. Thank you for joining us, Righteous Man. But let Mr. James go. Did you hear what I read earlier, Righteous Man?
No, I'm just coming in. I'm just watching England match.
I'll read it again. Don't worry. But let Mr. James go with his submission. Yeah. Thank you, Ovie, for joining us. Mr. James, it's up to you. It's up to you now.
Okay. Now, I listened to what you read. One thing I want to say is that it is not what you think of me that matters, but what I think of you.
Hold on. Somebody is talking in the background. Let me figure out who that is. Can you all mute yourself so that we can hear Mr. James? Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, I said, it is not what you think of me that matters, but what I think of myself. What he wrote is his opinion of Africans using his cultural background as a yardstick of measurement. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. He said there's an echo, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, now, Britain of this time and Africa of that time culturally were sharply contrasting. So it is foolhardy of him to use his standard to measure a people they perceive as what they call barbarians. Let me put it that way. That is the impression of Africans. They came to Africa, they said they discovered Africa after sending Mungo back. If you read the account of Mungo back, his first journey and second journey to Africa, his impression of Africa tallies with what this man wrote about Africans. So anyway, that is their impression of Africans. What they think of us is not as important as what we think of ourselves. That's one thing I want to make clear.
I agree with you, Mr. James, but I just want to play a little devil's advocate. As a scientist, some people will say he's on point on some description, not the racist part, on point on some description. And I will read that statement again for the likes of Righteous Man to listen and Ovie because they're just joining us. But you heard it the first time, Mr. James. Would you agree that it was on point on some detailed description of who a Nigerian is on some point? No, forget how annoying the messenger is.
I know. He was comparing apples with, let's say, potatoes.
Okay.
That is how I say it. If the standard he used is quite different from the way Africans organize themselves. If he had gone to Asia, maybe somewhere like Bangladesh, his opinion of the people of Bangladesh will still be as negative as his opinion of Africans, because he was using the European standard for the measurement. This is the point I'm making. So I mean, every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous it is. He's entitled to it, but I am not entitled to it. That is the point I want to make. Then this gentleman, Mr. Lukebe, talked about technological advancement. They had the guns, which they call Maxi guns. We hadn't the guns. That is the main reason why they conquered us. Technologically, we were almost at par, because I remember the history of West Africa. There was a man called Samori Toure of the Mandinkan Empire. He fought the French for 7 solid years with weapons he fabricated in Mandinkan Empire, before eventually it was conquered with the assistance of Britain, and he was deported to, I think, Gabon, the Gowe Island in Gabon, where he died. We've been mining gold in Africa centuries before Mungo Park was born. Who taught us the scientific method of mining gold? You get the point I'm making? So technologically, we were not backward. If we were backward, they would not have been coming to trade with us all along. It's just that they invented the gun while we did not invent the gun. That is the main reason why we were able to, conquer us.
Okay.
However, may I continue?
Yeah, conclude. You got 1 more minute, sir.
Okay. Anyway, they conquered us again for one more reason: hospitality. The African was very, very hospitable to the white man. They came as explorers, from explorers to traders, before they brought colonialism. If we rebuffed them right from the word go, the situation would have been different. But we did not rebuff them. In the Bible, although I'm not a Christian, in the Bible there's a place where it is written that you should do good to strangers, because unknowingly you would be helping angels or something like that. That was the philosophy behind what Africans were doing when the Europeans came. They were
James, just for the purpose of clarity, I don't mean to cut you, sir. I just wanted to say that I didn't say that they were more technologically advanced, but we had our own technology, but one race will be more technologically advanced. That's what I meant.
Thank you, Mr.
If we had continued, we would have developed along our own line.
Yeah, okay. It's a nasty.
Interrupted the whole show.
Thank you, Mr. James. It's a nasty read, but for the sake of righteous man and Ovieda, I'm going to have to read it again. Just ignore the message, which is Lord Lugard, who I always blame for joining human beings to cows. He's describing us, Nigerians, what they meant in his journal, and this is what he wrote down. In character and temperament, wrote Lord Lugard, the typical Nigerian of this race type, or he didn't say Nigerian, he said African, of this race type is a happy, thriftless, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight, naturally courageous and naturally courteous and polite, full of personal vanity, with little sense of veracity, fond of music, and loving weapons as oriental jewelries. His thoughts are concentrated on the events and feelings of the moment, and he suffers little from the apprehension for the future or grief for the past. His mind is far nearer to the animal world than that of the European or Asiatic, and exhibits something of the animal plasticity and want of desire to rise beyond the state he has reached. Through the ages, the African in this area appears to have evolved no organized religious creed, and though some tribes appear to believe in a deity, the religious seldom rises above pantheistic animalism and seems more often to take the form of a vague dread of the supernatural. He lacks the power of organization and is conspicuously deficient in the management and control alike of men or business. He loves the display of power, but fails to realize its responsibility. He will work hard with a less incentive than most races. He has the courage of the fighting animal, an instinct rather than a moral virtue. In brief, the virtues and defeats of this race type are those of attractive children, whose confidence, when it's won, is given ungrudgingly as to an older and wiser superior, and without envy, perhaps. The true trait which has impressed me as those most characteristic of the African native are his lack of apprehension and his ability to visualize the future. Page 70 of the Droit Mandate by F.D. Lugard, 1926. Back to you guys. Who's next? Is that Righteous Man? Go ahead, Righteous Man. Are you there? Did you hear that? That's a very sobering reading. I feel bad reading that.
You can skip me and let the next person. I will take after the next person.
Okay. Did that reading affect you that much?
It did. It did.
I'm sorry. Okay, who's next? I think it's Ovie. Ovie, is there any truth to that, what that man put down about the description of a Nigerian? After that, I'm going to go into how we describe ourselves. I have another slide for that, not what that colonialist described us as. Okay, let's go on. Ovie, your turn.
The important thing to note, you said that was written in 1920.
1926. Yeah.
If you didn't say that, if I didn't know what I know now, I would say that is what somebody will write in 2026 about us. Now, I don't think the Mungo Park or whatever I was trying to be funny is giving you.
It's Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard
is giving you the vivid reality of what they succeeded in achieving, telling our people to. Because I'm saying this because this is account of after 100 years of systematically, carefully dismantle anyone that actually stand or go against them. We should count ourselves lucky that we still have opportunity. Now, what do I say this? We are not special. The question I want everybody to go to ask or to go and find out about the people who were in the space called the America. Harry, you live in America.
Yes.
Yeah, people we hear they call them Native America. You come across them here and there. Go to their, what do they call where they live? How they call? Reservation.
Yeah, reservation. Yeah, they call
literally, I swear to God. Righteous Man. Now, description on here. Now, he did disorganized. I swear to God, if you actually just go there, I don't know. I don't know how to describe them. I don't know. I just, so we should count ourselves lucky that we are still, because that is an account of 100 years of them carefully taking care of us. So it's not giving the accounts, right? Fast forward to 100 years now. I'm saying that was in 1926. How are we behaving? Mr. James said something very profound. And my brother from Canada is also in the film is talking about technology. We are here again. That was what 100 years ago. We are here again. The technology that will make our future generation useless, quote unquote. That's what they are fighting for right now. As we speak, we have no idea. We are busy, with the flex. We, like, that's exactly the description of us right now. I don't even know those people right now. It fits our description and exactly what is going around the world. The technology where they'll come make our future generation useless, right? You'll be educated, you'll be healthy, but you can't do nothing. You are useless to yourself, to your society, because there are other technology that will do what me and you are using for today. You can argue that may not touch everybody. Guess what? Billions of people too don't even know what today technology is. I mean, yesterday technology, not talk of tomorrow technology. So it is a description of us today, whether we like it or not. Because, like, tell me what was our future?
I don't mean to interrupt you, Ovie, but you're saying that if we take his name out and if we take all the racist statements embedded in that speech out, what that man is describing will fit us perfectly today.
Exactly.
My God.
That's where we, again, go back to Kwame Nkrumah's speech of 1963 in Addis Ababa. He's speaking about today. We are going to be worse off. He said it. Just imagine now when they say job no day, job go day, no be you go do one. It's here.
That's what they are fighting for. We're not capable of thinking about the future. That's deep.
When I started using our brother from the American land as an example,
American Indians, yes.
We were talking about China today. What if the 100 years of humiliation is all about, or centuries of hell? What do you think it's about? If they actually describe them, that's exactly how they will describe. We'll go into that. But those are the people that 200 years ago, China is the leading economy in the world, just like as it is today. So we are not special. That's why I say we still have a chance. But price has to be paid. People who actually accept, people who are selfless, people who don't care about themselves no more. That is what we should be looking out for. People who are staying beyond 50 years. People who don't care about what today, what they are giving us today, all this rubbish. That's exactly the description of today Nigeria. And guess what? They carefully make us do, as I said, they are here 100 years with us before this letter was written. Again, it's almost 100 years. So they carefully, somebody said they left. Yes, they left, but institutions and agents are being recruited every day to maintain us the way we are behaving. You understand? The agent, that's exactly the same thing. I keep saying it, the educational system. This is not who we are. So it's just a clear description. So Longupak, whatever they call him, is writing a vivid what is. Remember, just as Mr. James said, before they born them, life don't they exist. That part of the world. But most importantly, if you read Dele Ogun's book, right, The Fatherless People, he gives a vivid description how they conquered from one tribe to another. This is in the 1800s, not in the 1900s. That letter was written in 1900. This is in the 1800s. Mr. James was talking about how we are technology and power with them. That was 14, 15, 16, 1700. That is our history. So we are far from who we think we are. We are behaving exactly what they want us. I mean, if you say this is in 1926, this is 2024.
Wow.
The same thing.
Olumide, if you're still there, if you're not driving.
This is not about blaming. It's not about blaming. It's the reality now. And as I said, the day when you go visit reservation, you know, go feel sure. You go say, come. So, and again, I'm sorry to put the Biafra perspective here. I think there's one or two voices in the Biafra that actually are scared of this. That maybe 200 years from now, maybe 200 years from now, they will not be existing. Now, maybe even the Fulanis that we are worried about, they'll come and wipe us out. And they tell my people from my village also, they are worrying about king, this one, this. I say, come. 50 years from now, who tell you say now your language the constitution for this land?
You have a question for me, Alaba?
Yeah, I was wondering what Ovie was saying and said, if you take away the name Lugard and you take away the racist comments embedded in that speech, that the man was describing, if he had written that today, that would exactly describe us also. But when somebody in the comment section is saying that we are not thriftless, personally, I don't know the meaning of the word thriftless.
So what I am saying, Alaba, again.
Before that, I want you to comment on that before I call on Righteous Man. Sorry, Righteous Man, I'm not ignoring you.
So what I am saying is that what Lugard or regardless of whoever said is wrong, because they are the ones that created this chaos that we are currently in. Go to Congo, go to Kenya, go to wherever they colonize. Go to Myanmar, so I don't know what Ovie is talking. Ovie is talking trash.
Before I agree with you.
Sorry. Let me explain what I mean. Let me explain. You said they are the one responsible for all this chaos.
That's right.
That is what happened in the 1800s, leading to 1926. The systematic this thing that they are doing to us, that's what they did to our people between 1800 to 1926. Just forget argument. For God's sake,
I am saying that what Lugard said at that point in time in 1926 was nothing to have described us in that fashion when he came and landed on our soil.
No, I'm a moderator. I'm not supposed to.
Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. You are getting it wrong. Olumide, please hold on. Lord Lugard is describing what he saw in 1926, not what he might have seen in 1826. Oh God! Can you please
Olumide, can we just agree to disagree?
Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on? It's not argument. This is not that wrong and right. You are just missing let's say the date here now. Lord Lugard is describing what he saw, what he met in 1926. Mr. James talk about technology. That was in 1615, 17, 1800. Now, what Lugard described, it is the aftermath of them being decimating up 100 years, which is what you can describe it today. So what he is describing, it is not who we are, but it is who they made us to be over the period of 100 years.
Hold on, Ovie. Somebody just put the meaning of thriftless on the chat comment. Thank you, Trotto Sars. He said spending money in an extravagant and wasteful way. Oh boy, we still do that now. You know, see the video.
That's what I'm saying. What Olumide is not wrong, right? But what Olumide is saying is that we were not like that. Yeah, we were not like that before 1900s. Right, but that was written after them, at least over 100 years of them doing what they are doing to us.
Yes. You know what? If you are agreeing with Lugard in that regard when he made that statement, then
yes,
you understand?
Yes.
What? So you are agreeing with Lugard that you people couldn't have used your resources to your own benefits anyway. So we are right by coming and use it for you people by taking over it.
That's not the question. Let me clarify.
Now, just relate us to today. Relate that what you just talked now. Bring us to describe us, we that are living today in that space, Nigeria. We just you will see what you just said in us.
Listen, Olumide.
It is the same that they have sold.
I agree with you.
Exactly.
But I don't agree with Lugard's statements at that time.
I agree.
No, what Lugard is
describing reflects what we are today. It is because they have sowed that seed. But at that time,
you agree
to disrupt our society. I don't in any way agree with what he has said at that time.
No. See, don't change the date. If you are to describe us in 2026, how will you describe us? Exactly the way Lugard. So yes, you are right. Hold on now.
We were an evolving society. They were more technologically advanced.
Let me agree with you now. let me agree with you for the sake of understanding. Let me agree with you. You
Well,
understand?
maybe I can't speak for your community, but I
No.
can speak for my Yoruba community that we were
Can you
advanced, we were
can you just
organized,
hold on for a
we were
minute?
civilized, we had our own
Can you
religion.
can you feel on? Don't they
So,
tell you?
so
Don't
I
they,
can't speak for
can you
you. I
just
can't
hold on?
speak for your community over here.
Olumide, okay,
Let me just hold on
okay.
for a minute. Hold on. You understand? Let me agree with you. What Lugard is describing, it is not what we are. It is what they made us to be. That is
Can
why
we
I
agree on
put
that?
them.
Olumide, can we agree on that? What they made us to be, can we agree on that?
That's right. What we are today is they are responsible for it.
Oh,
That's right.
I agree. Is that not
So
what Fela
what's
was
the
calling?
argument? So what are you arguing about?
Listen,
What are you arguing about?
Olumide, Ovie, can you be Ovie 1 minute?
But what
Now,
I am
Olumide,
saying is that ab initio, when Lugard landed on that soil and described us that way, that was Bukom. Bukom.
No, they've already bastardized us to that point before it's again. The fact that just look your last statement that yeah, you even though you married to the Yoruba people are already advanced. That's exactly what Mr. James said. That yes, our technology up to par. What you cannot factor in is the date, the period. Ludad is describing what he met after hundred of years of them systematically making us to their own expectation. So that's why it's easy for him to describe. He's giving an listen.
you
I
have to
swear to
tap
God.
now because I can't have you on driving. But while we are on this topic, Olumide, I just want to tell you, I'm going to move you to the backstage where you can hear me. Olumide, now,
If
I just
somebody should
believe that.
describe us, if the ambassador of Britain, if the ambassador of Britain to America, or whatever those that were people with their mouth, they should write the same comprehension about us today. I swear to God, at the same thing. It will not be different.
No, the words
But
he used are correct. He said we are thriftless. We spend money extravagantly. He said we don't care about the future. That is true.
What my brother, what my friend is hold on, what my friend is planning how to order.
Hold on. Ovie, hold on. What I wanted to tell Olumide was that is that not what Fela was talking about? That they don't release you now, but you never release it yourself. Is that not, you're right.
Exactly.
That's what Fela was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. What Olumide
Ovie,
could
you
not
have to stop
comprehend
talking
here.
because righteous man has to speak, and I think Mr. James has a comment.
Let me just make this statement if you don't mind.
Okay, make that statement, and then we go to Mr. James 1 minute. Righteous man.
What Olumide is finding hard to understand here is that the way they behave so is still systematically orchestrated. So if any of the ambassadors want to write about us, now the same thing he will write. He is not seeing that part. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. James, 1 minute. I think you're raising up your hand before I call on righteous man.
No, I wasn't. Give
righteous man
the chance.
Yeah, but what's your view on Ovie's comments to that? That if you take the name out and take the racism out, it's those words will still describe a typical Nigerian.
Well, I think to some extent, not totally, to some extent is correct for one reason.
To some
extent. I remember reading one Charles Dickens book. Unfortunately, I can't remember the title. He said that African kings are very cheap because just giving them a bottle of gin, they are ready to give away their inheritance. I can't remember the title of the book. Anyway, but you see, one thing is that they were assessing us by their own standard of, let me say, morality.
That's right.
Yes, they are using their own standard to judge us. And up till now, they don't want to acknowledge how we have our own way of doing our things before their arrival. That is one thing we must take into account. It's just like the Bible. Those who wrote the Bible, they were very close to the Jews or the Jews themselves. So when they are writing about themselves, they only write good things about themselves. Anybody, let's say the Egyptians, who were not on good terms with them, they will never see anything good about them.
Mr. James, let me borrow your wisdom and ask you a question along what you are saying now, right? I think to say the man is wrong totally, we should go and look for a book that is written about us, either by anybody in the 17 or 1600. It would describe us in a very fantastic way that you guys say, yes, we are. But that was before their arrival. No, Lugard is giving the account of after their arrival. If I carry a group of cow pass your land, I can't make a write about how your crop they grow. What do you want me to write? I go write exactly what is you understand. But if they say make I write about your land before my cow pass, what will it be? It's a different story. So Lugard is always giving an account of what his people that came before them have succeeded in achieving. You understand? It's different account. This is not for me and you to consume. It's reporting to the Queen, as Randy said it. Queen, this is where the people that came before me, this is their success, right? By the year 2026, right, the commissioner, the whatever ambassador to Nigeria from Britain, if he wants to give accounts to Queen Charles, what do you think he's going to write? He will write the account of what? From independence now, from 1960 to 1926, if you see how he all did his own report, how is he going to describe what? Of course, to their own understanding. That understanding is what they've invested in doing. Hold on. Invested, as you said, now gone, they use this method. That was an investment. What is the success of that gun? That's what that letter is all about. The success of the gun revolution, if you want to use it that way. So to summarize, Mr. James, the success of that, the invasion of God, is what that man wrote. You understand? We are not only killing, but it also conditional to behave certain ways. So I agree with that. This is not who we are. This is what it made us to be. But at the same time, the people that those people wrote about, it is what they made them to be. If you want to have a counter argument, find a book that talks about who we are before the arrivals of what? Your God's visitors.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Righteous Man is in Nigeria. Let's hear his view on that. That nasty. I keep calling it nasty reading, but there's some truth in it.
It's not nasty.
So, Righteous Man, your turn. If you take away the man's name, Lugard, and you take away the racism embedded in that speech, is what he's describing true?
Yeah. Good evening to every one of you there. It's a soured description. A soured description. It is the least description you will give to any race on the planet Earth. In fact, it's too sour that when you were reading it, it's like I should turn off from the platform, you know. But however, it is what it is. The writer Lugard did not talk about the philosophy of a black man or a Nigerian or an African in that write-up. And you know, before the advent of the colonization of the black race, the Arab did worse than the Europeans did. The Arab invaded Africa with religion. And that religion is still playing a very dirty part in our life today, in everything that have to do with us. And when the Europeans discovered that religion was a tool, because they introduced Islam to Africa before Christianity was brought to Africa as a tool of colonization. Now, the weapons they used in conquering Africa or conquering Nigeria was not actually gone. They used religion to disarm the black man. Because when they were fighting with Nigerians, remember we had no gun, but we were buying the white people. We were bringing them down. What were we using? What was the technology behind bringing them down? The technology was our traditional African culture. That thing they call juju. Remember when Nigeria hosted the African Cup, what do you call it? This form of Olympics in Abuja during Obasanjo time. What do they call it? All African Games. You remember they introduced one Yoruba guy who lightened the, what do they call that thing? Ovieka is an athlete, so he's supposed to, that thing they normally light to, you know, to announce the commencement of the game.
Torch.
Yeah, the torch. Do you know that Yoruba guy that represents Shango use his mouth at the center of the field and lighting that thing, and that thing catch up with fire and was burning, that torch, without necessarily holding any physical object, without climbing to the stadium. He was at the center of the field to lighten that thing. That was the technology Africa was moving with, and that technology was disarmed, because it is in that technology that was hidden some secret revelations that's supposed to launch us into today's civilization to catch up with the rest of the world. Now, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. My dad told me that his dad does not go to any meeting by trekking. What he does, there's a certain leaf at the back of their house. Then my granddad will cut that leaf, step on it, and make some incantation, and he will appear at the venue of that meeting. Okay? That was a kind of science that Africans were known for. But when they introduced Islam and Christianity, they told them that those practices were evil, that they were not good. They disarmed us, and even the black people that were around them that, were practicing this thing, were killed. And the moment the black race was disarmed with religion as a weapon, we became flat. So we were living on the basis of the information they give to us. And up to today, the slavery still continues. You discover that most of the best brains in the land, let me end it in Nigeria, as Nigeria was the vocal point there. The best brains, let me say most of the best brains, let me not say the best brain, most of the best brains in Nigeria are today migrating to this Western world to continue to engender their growth and civilization, while Africa is left to rot. So the colonization is still on, the slavery is still on, but this time they are not putting chains on your necks and your hands and your nose and the rest of it. This time they use visa. Visa is that chain. The moment you go now, it's a civilized way of enslaving you. You have to obtain visa. That visa is the chain of the slavery chain that you must use in order to come to their land. And they subject you now to do the works they want you to do. And then you know,
righteous man, I think you're right. The visa thing, and they are taking the best among us. They're taking the best out to develop their own land. I think that's
wait, I have a question. Now, I trained them before. Now, I trained them.
Now we train them.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the good question, Ovie. Now them train also.
They give you curriculum, they give you everything that you are studying, and then give you. So where you go fit in? You study computer, where you want to go? So then I then train you. We are more Americans. Let me narrow it than the American than any other part of the African continent. And then now you discover chemistry as it is today. Now you tailor it the way that they study for Nigeria. The medicine and everything. Is it your own? No.
Medicine.
Let righteous man finish.
The medicine that is being practiced today started from Africa. The medicine, this even arithmetic, this physics, arithmetic, science, it started from Africa.
They modernize it to their standard.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, they modernize it, and that is life. Life must not be stagnant. There should be spaces for life to grow. So from one generation to another generation, civilization, it is a continuous thing. It doesn't end with one generation. Okay, the clash of civilization that the white had with Africa kept Africa where we are today. I don't want to, you see, describing Nigeria with that kind of letter is describing the entire black race.
You're right.
You understand? The cradle of civilization The cradle of civilization started in East Africa. So when you describe Nigeria with that kind of lettered, soured words, it simply means you don't have respect for blacks. And like Ovie, I want to concur with Ovie in one aspect. Fine, that description fits in what we are today. Because what they introduced to us is a projection of what we are going to be after in the next 100 years. And we, you know, we stupidly fall into that trap. What that they described that time was not what we were. But we are what it was described 100 years ago. We are right now in that description. We fulfill that description. That's just it. And which way out? Until there is balkanization of African states by Africans, we can't make a headway. I may repeat myself again. Like Europe balkanized Europe according to their culture and tradition. That is why a country called Luxembourg in Europe is less than 2 million people, but they are a nation. They have the military, they have everything. Their GDP, their economy is very strong. It's one of the strongest economy in Europe. But there are less than 2 million people, and yet they are called a nation. Because of their culture, because of their tradition. Okay, coming to Nigeria, now look at what is happening here. They are playing.
You have 1 more minute so that Wale can talk.
Okay.
Wale, let Righteous Man finish first. Go ahead, Righteous
Okay,
Man.
coming to Nigeria. If the British had allowed the Nigerian state to function like the Great Britain, UK, United Kingdom, where you have the North Island, you have the West, you have the English people, and I think the Scottish. If they had allowed us to be a confederate state in Nigeria, I am telling you, Africa would have been let loose. How can you, I mean, look at it, that as at that 1960-something, 1950-something, that the eastern zone of Nigeria was the best economy, the fastest growing economy in the whole world, in the whole wide world.
Thank you,
If you have let that confederation to continue like that way, you think that we wouldn't have developed to the extent of going to the space without the help of the Europeans?
Yeah,
well, I rest my case, but that letter is a soured letter.
Wale, I hope I don't have to read that nasty letter again. I hope you heard it. That thing was, but there would have been argument that there are truth in it. If you take away the man and you take away the racist comment, if you put that letter in today's world, it fits us perfectly. I just learned a new word today, thriftless. We spend like crazy. We are thriftless with the way they describe us. We don't care about the future. It just go. Did you hear me read it? I put the link up there too for anybody who wants to go check it out.
Yeah, without even dwelling. Thank you, Mr. Alaba. Without even dwelling too much on the letters and everything, it boils in me to see 100. Well, after more than or less than 100 years, we are still. Even if someone call you idiots, it's entirely up to you to accept that, okay, yes, I'm an idiot. Or you go back and look at what you are doing for them to call you idiot and correct it. They can call us anything they want to call us. They can even do whatever they want to do to us. Now, let's move forward. Who are we today? What do we really want?
That's like my next topic, Wale. Don't mean to cut you off. How do we describe ourselves is the next slide I will read, and then how do we? That's my next question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So looking at what Lugard or whatever they are said, I mean, someone mentioned earlier on that we have the power in those days. And what do we do with the power? Do we really know the value? Do we really know what this power is for? Okay, before we even go into that, I know we all read books, watch movie or something, and I could say one thing from what has been happening. Let's say my father or my grandfather, they choose to follow what their slave masters did to them by exchanging their power for a mirror or whatever. Now we have new generation coming up, and sorry, I'm not trying to advertise here. I watched a movie on Netflix a few days ago. Anybody can go on there and watch it. When I look at it critically, I could see what new generation, how they've been brutalized and what they have in them. But there are some people on the ground that are ready to suppress them, give one mumu out of us, power or money to kind of continue to suppress the rest of us. So indirectly, Lugard and his, ally, up to now, they might not be alive, but trust me, they've made their own grandchildren to continue to enslave the blacks. Now, are we actually waking up? Maybe not. So when we look at what is happening with the letters and everything, they've already thought of 100 years ahead of us. We have what it takes to liberate ourselves, but do we? So, Mr. Laba, honestly, if I tell you I know the solution, yes, I do. But if I tell you that are we ready to follow that solution, maybe not.
Thank
Let
you
me leave
so
it
much.
so that we move on to the next
Okay,
one.
before we move on to the next one, the next one will be a more happier note. How a Nigerian described us. Or does anybody? I'm not sure whether Mr. James is raising up his hand, or I don't want to bypass you.
No, okay, no. Actually,
No, I think
Well, yeah. Before we round up that topic, anybody want to add or leave?
Yeah.
1 minute. One minute.
Okay, go after Mr. Adams.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Since the white man colonized the Africans, till this very day, the Africans have not known peace. We've already, how do I put it? We've already acknowledged, we know exactly what went wrong. And whenever we have any reasonable African leader who wants to address this problem, that African leader certainly will not know peace. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was overthrown. He was lucky he would have been killed by General Ankara and his people. Robert Mugabe did not know peace. Murtala Mohammed of Nigeria, February 13, 1976, the day he was killed. Sukabuka Dimka was at the British High Commission in Lagos that morning.
Gaddafi.
Before they went to, waylay the man and killed him. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso never knew peace. Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia did not know peace. Muammar Gaddafi, what offense did that guy commit? Absolutely nothing. Even here where I reside, Yahya Jammeh of the Gambia did not know peace. He was a very lucky man. They would have cut off his head before he relocated into exile in Equatorial Guinea, where he is at the moment. The white man need to, somehow, somewhere along the line, we need to call the white man to order, because we just cannot continue like this. It is only when we have useless African leaders that they parley with them, like this man in Kenya right now, who has caused the mayhem in the country. Imagine him going to the United States to see Biden. You have Kenya Airways, a national carrier. I think they also have a presidential jet. But the jet that took him to the United States to see Biden was hired for $1 million US. How can we rationalize that? These are the kind of people the white men are embracing. So we just have to do something about that situation.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you. Ovie, you'll be the last on this, I guess, and then we can move on.
Yeah,
1 minute.
in line of solution, in line of looking forward, I think there's a reason I use the Chinese and the Native Americans as an example, because whether we like it or not, the future awaits us light between these two faiths, right? Except that we continue arguing and disagreeing with what Luga said about us, and that reflect of us, not reflect of us, whether we begin to, we are not special. Or we go back to the way Chinese did it. As I said before, 200 years ago, China has the world's biggest economy. Between that time and between 18th century to 1911, that's what they call the century of humiliation. They went through the same thing that we are going through. Their leaders were assassinated. Go and read about human. Yeah, everything that we are going through, all this speaking in talk, blah, blah, blah. There are millions of Nigerians that have followers who are not. We are not special. But are we ready to say, okay, admit, just like the Chinese admitted, they come. This is the year of humiliation, but guess what? We know who we were, where we were, who we are. And they start systematically, right? The way forward line, for me, shortest way line between that strategy. We have to go back to the days that Mr. James is talking about. Whatever those centuries were, the years that Olumide is bragging about that the Eurobars are on top, whatever those years are, you have to go back and bring what made those times successful and start teaching your younger generation. Because it's not you are gone. Start teaching them so that our faith will not be the other way around. So that's what is at stake here.
Thank you, Ovie. Okay, we are going to more happier things. In fact, there's been a battle raging all over Africa lately, and most of you have been involved in it. Some of you don't even know you were fighting it. But one way or another, the battle keeps raging on. We're going to a better, lighter mode. What I'm doing next is to show us a slide of how a Nigerian described us. It's more positive than what before I run away, does Forefather has an opinion on Lugard? Oh my God. Let's hear Forefather.
Man, I must say, Ovie, that stuff you said about 18th century is something that maybe we want to go back to and, go through that again. Because, you see, I've not read a lot about, you sent the link there, but the ones I've seen, some things he got them, let's face it, he got some of the aspects right. Obviously, that's not the entire aspects of that's our own culture of our people, but just the first paragraph alone, I'm beginning to doubt whether he is the one that wrote it. We have to confirm from the book itself. Because if it's him, he seems to be grasped with some of the features or traits of what our people demonstrate.
No, he's an Forefather. The guy was an intelligence officer for the US, for the British people.
Sorry, the date is very important.
Fatherless people, Dele Ogun, people like him are intelligence officers that were sent to all these countries to do intelligence job for the British. They're not just ordinary people.
Factor in the time. This is in 19th century. It's not talking about the people they met before that time. It's talking about the people they met, destroy, colonize, whatever. So it's describing the outcome of the success of that, them being with us. So the date is very important, because if you now go and read what the first people that landed and then in that part in early 17th century, that wasn't the description of us.
It's just done in a modern way.
You understand? So the description of the people they met is not the same. They describe exactly what you expect. How advanced we are. You understand? But they successfully destroy us over the years. So Lugard now Peking, just like I said now, the Peking, somebody was coming to write the history of Nigeria. Let's narrow to Nigeria. Sorry. If you have to write the history of Nigerian Gen Z, the way you will describe them, is that the replica of those that came before Gen Z, our generation, or those that came before us? But you were able to focus on what you see and met at that time, which is the Gen Z period. That's the only thing, that is what you will give. That doesn't mean you don't know the other part of it. No, you are giving a vivid account of what, as I said, what your people have succeeded in doing to us over 100 years. You are not giving an account.
Okay.
So I'm not I'm not talking a time into consideration. I'm not saying, sorry.
Thank you. Let Forefather give it so that I can move on to something else. Yeah, thank you, Forefather.
Some of the things I don't know, maybe I may be biased because he's highlighting some of the features that even I criticize amongst our own people. When I said our threat assessment antenna has broken, that we don't see threat coming. And he literally describes it here. He says, thoughts are concentrated on the events and feelings of the moment.
That's true.
and he says we suffer little from apprehension of the future.
That's true. That's true.
He didn't write it to. I reached the same
conclusion. That's true. He said we are thriftless. I didn't even know the meaning of the word thriftless until one of the commenters gave me.
But we spend a lot. Was I not the one confessing here that? Was I not the one confessing here the other day that even I have that problem? That I asked myself, why do I spend when we don't have anything?
Yes, we are thriftless. That's true.
That is scary. It's scary because I'm complaining about these things myself, and somebody else has already seen it in us.
You know why I brought this thing up? Because if we are going somewhere, you have to know where you're coming from. That's why I brought you to. If you want to go somewhere, before you start defining where you're going, you need to know where you are and where you're coming from. If those 2 points are missing, you're just going to be in circles, and we've been in circles for years. Anyway, Forefather, are you finished so I can move on?
I just want to deal with that paragraph because it's one of the worst problems we have. We cannot, it says we suffer little from apprehensions of the future. In other words, that's basically saying we can't analyze threats. Apprehensions of the future, something you should fear in the future, we don't understand it. And I've used that stuff about 2 years ago. I said, our people our threat assessment is completely broken. We don't know who our enemy is. And we see here people telling us that we don't have enemies on this panel.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because all our elites, from the street leaders to religious leaders to traditional leaders to our governance, anytime we threat happen to them, what they do, they move. So we train our psyche to all that. Anytime we and you fit trade, that's why we end up where we are now. It's because we fit trade back home. That's why we run. So what are you complaining about?
Sorry, the panelists. Let me just quickly summarize this. Honestly, everything we've discussed here now, I could see how the Gen Z kind of look at it. What is the future? And I'll quickly summarize this movie I was telling you. Honestly, exactly what is happening to us. They just make it in a way to kind of let us know. Today. Yeah. So what happened? There is a power in us. And somebody see that power. But because we don't know how to make use of this power, people will saw it like, wow, this is really great. Okay, what can we do to make sure that Ovie is the owner of this power? Okay, let's arrest him. We have the power. And everyone that has the same power or who are very similar to what he can do, let's keep arresting them. Honestly, watch that movie with a critical eye and you will see what our problem is, what the future holds. Now, let me quickly summarize it. Ovie, Forefathers, Ferreira, you all are the one who can rescue the future. Only Forefathers could see that if you can get Ferreira, you can get Ovie, you can get Righteous Man, you can get about 4 of us. But Ovie is like, no, I don't want to be part of this. You people are mad. He's angry. But without the 4 of us, there's no unity, there's no future. How are you, Forefathers, going to get Ovie to reason with you? How are you going to get Ferreira to say, look, we can only win these people if we all come together. But these people are so powerful that they are ready to kill you. What are you going to do? That is how this movie portrayed it. Honestly, watch it, you will see where the black man's power is. It was acted, for anybody who has been in London, look at Peckham. You will see black kids stabbing each other, killing each other, doing some kind of gang. You just look at who caused us. What is our problem? Where does it come from? So when I look at how we discuss things with the old generation, then I'm thinking, the children we are giving birth to, this new Gen Z we call them, are we going to continue to allow their life to be wasted? But you'll be surprised that there are genius among them. What are they going to do? How are they teaching others who cannot see? You will see some girls that somebody mentioned yesterday that when this girl TikTok on Kenya issue, that this is essential, this is not essential. And someone said, our own girls in Nigeria, they only think of BBL. Not all of them think straight, use the power of social media they have. Rather, they want to be on Big Brother Niger, how they will show their bomb and their... Not all of them, but majority. Now you see, what can we do to educate these people and wake them up? I say, look, you've got the power, you've got the potential to make the future better. But what are you doing?
Okay,
what
thank you,
doing?
guys.
I think, Paradi, sorry, I'm not, I think this actually tailor, seamless into the conversation we want to have. How can we make Nigeria do Nigeria that we want, right? So I think it's, but it's already to make an introduction so that I can continue for, that's the question, what are we doing, what can we do? I think it's all factual the conversation that we're going to have, if I'm not mistaken. But I just want to put that in.
Who has a question?
Oh, no,
Do we continue the conversation or you want to?
No. I want to move us on. I want to move us on now. Thank you. I don't know we're ready for me.
I will get back to this on a different.
Yeah, we'll get back to it.
It's quite broad.
I think it bled into the conversation. Your question of the day is that how can we Nigerian build Nigeria that we want, right? I think
into today's
everything
topic.
is. Everything we're talking about so far is just exactly how my brother on the screen finished right now. That's he filtered it. I mean, he made it personal in terms of question, but exactly that's what I was saying.
Okay,
so do we just continue the conversation, or you have something to introduce?
I have something more. Let me take us into something we've all been talking about lately, which is very interesting. In the African scenario, it's about the issue of very serious issue in Africa. Is the issue of this thing? Let's hear it out. Hold on.
Come on. I don't know what everybody else is doing.
Not only do I co-sign, I would go above and beyond. If there were more words he hadn't already said, I would say more words. I would say that I would not be surprised if the hands of my savior himself cooked this rice.
No shock at all.
And look,
that rice is spirit-filled. Debate ended.
And the way he was reacting, I thought he was overreacting. It was incredible.
Yeah. Here we have it.
Okay. So at least we know we are winning the jollof rice race. I just wanted to be a little bit comical on that one. But on the Nigerian situation, here is how a Nigerian describe us, our character profile, and it's very positive. And I want to review it, not just let us live with just Lord Lugard, because I have a follow-up question to that person's description of who we are as a matter of fact. Let me put that in there. I'm doing better today on this technology thing. Oh, let me add Blackstone. Sorry.
I think I would rather have that body judge or this one do moderation than the way you are doing it.
Okay, at least I just had Blackstone. Thank you, Blackstone, for joining us. And let me add Olumide.
Thank you for bringing me in.
Yeah, thank you, Olumide, for joining us.
Even Mr. James is losing patience on your technology ability. Come on.
my technological ability is a disaster.
It's like that our Nigerian elite ability for them to lead us. Your technological ability are the same level.
Okay, this Nigerian. Let me read the name. This person rightly described us in a positive way, and I think it's fair to put that out there. Let's do that. Let's share screen so I can read it. Understanding Nigerians, he said, a mini character profile. Please, as I read what this man, I don't know if you all can see it clearly, but I will read it on my part here. Please focus on the positive, because it will affect our next question on how can we use this positive, you understand, to help build our nation. So let me start the reading. The person's name is Mary Olonye. I pronounced that pretty bad. Mary Olonye. Understanding Nigerians, a mini character profile. Mary Olonye. The person is a writer and editor and the co-owner of Selma Travels and Tour. Okay. He said Nigeria is so often misunderstood due to lopsided coverage of the country and its people by Western media and by the fact that a relative minority of thugs, corrupt criminals, and terrorists have hijacked the reputation and perception of Nigeria and Nigerians. Did you hear that? That's interesting. To understand a country is to understand its people. So let's start there. There are no people anywhere in the world quite like Nigerians. And here are some of the reasons why. Nigerians are proud, confident African people. This confidence is often misconstrued as brashness or arrogance, but it is not. But that's not it all. Nigerians are simply supremely confident and do not require nor seek any outside validation or approval of who and what they are as Nigerians and Africans. Nigerians are proud of their culture and tradition and love to share them with anyone who is interested. They would extend invitation to Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike to join in the festivities and celebration. If you ever observe or attended a Nigerian event, you know that you will be treated to Nigerian music, dance, food, speeches, and all around good time. All the while, you will be made to feel welcome and valued. Nigerians are highly educated. In the United States, Africans are the most highly educated immigrant group, and among them, Nigerians in particular have attained the highest level of education. Education is highly valued in Nigeria, beginning with childhood and continue to adulthood. Family. Well, for Nigerians, there's nothing more important than family. Family is not limited to the immediate family, not by any means. Family includes the entire extended family, from the nuclear family to the neighborhoods, to the village, to the hometown. Family means grandparents and a host of aunts, uncles, cousins, and more cousins, nieces and nephews. Family duties, obligation is expected, and family help each other out financially, emotionally, physically, and in any other way that help is needed. According to a World Bank blog article, Nigerians in the diaspora sent home 25 billion in 2018. A lot of it was sent to help support family and friends back home. What else does this person have about us? Nigerians are exuberant. When a group of Nigerians are gathered together discussing an event or topic, sound loud and argumentative. This is because a Nigerian would defend his or her position boisterously, and it can even sound like the participants may come to blows, but it's mostly playful bravado and will blow over. You don't have to worry that one of the participants will take it all too personally. Go home and get and come back to, I'll skip that one if they disagree. Nigerians are very hospitable. It is rare thing for you to visit a Nigerian house, whether in Nigeria or in some other country, and not be welcomed with meal, snack, or a drink at the very least. Closely related to Nigerian hospitality is the Nigerian generosity. If a Nigerian something and you admire it, they may just offer it to you. Hey, take it. It's no big deal. It's not given to you right then. The next time you visit, you may be presented with that gift. Community is very important. Nigerians help each other out in times of crisis, loss, or illness, no matter where they are in the world. Nigerian community and organizations help each other. A call goes out that someone needs help, and Nigerians, if they are able, will send money to help, even when they don't know the person. All that matters is that a fellow Nigerian needs help. This organization provides space for Nigerians to connect while living abroad. When it comes to entrepreneurship and creativity, Nigerians are the aim. This seen in child investors working on projects in schools, roadside, or whatever materials are available. You recognize it in the accomplishment of numerous Nigerian immigrants who contribute to the success, innovation, cooperation, and organization in the fields of technology, medicine, education, literature, finance, science, and so much more. All, of course, there is Nollywood Nigeria, movie and entertainment industry. Nigerians have the ability to laugh at themselves and not take everything so serious. There's something to laugh about. In Nigeria, we surely find one thing. Even during challenging and bleak times, Nigerians remain keenly optimistic and hopeful. They are confident that given time, they will find a way and all will be well. And one last thing, Nigerians are convinced they make the best jollof rice. Okay, that is it. My question, based on that episode,
Someone mic is on.
Hold on, let me get remove so that we can get the screen members. My question, based on that episode of who we are as Nigerians, the positive part of us is this. Considering, hold on, let me get the right question so that I don't ask you guys the wrong question. The right question here is that considering the...
Sorry, Alaba.
Yeah, go ahead.
On.
Go ahead.
Someone mic is on.
Somebody's mic is on. Can you please help me turn off your mic so that I can, if not, I'll check it myself here. Okay, please help me turn off your mic. Okay.
It's okay now.
Okay, perfect. Now, this is the question I have prepared for us on these positive aspects of Nigeria. What are the major positive characters or attributes you think we Nigerians have? And what are the negative characters or attributes we have as Nigerians? And also, which of the positive attitude can we use to develop our nation? Please let us stay on the question. It's going to be 3 minutes, not too long time. List our positive, bam, bam, bam. List the negative, bam, bam, bam. Any way we can use any of the positive to help develop our nation. This is our question. Please, panelists, let us stay focused on the question and not derail so that this can flow and we can move on to the next one after reading that positive. The mere fact that we still win the jollof rice battle is just impressive. I can tell you that right now. Okay, who wants to go first? Should I go according to the screen? Oh,
hold on. A question, please. I please smoke while I talk.
That's a no. I think our opposition will against that.
Okay. No, that's the reason why I asked, because what you just read. I'll go last.
Yeah.
I'll go last. I know. I just can't bear it. I'll come back.
You think it's an exaggeration or what? You don't think they're factual?
What is the difference between this and what you read about Lugard? Isn't that the same thing?
Okay, go.
I need to know that. I need to hear.
I think the panel wants you to go and smoke so that you can smoke and come back. I think the panel think that you need to go.
I felt torture listening to you. I felt torture listening to that. I felt torture. But no.
I think the panel wants you to go and smoke. You need to smoke on that one. Okay, Wale, I'll go with Wale. I'll start from down low there with Wale. I was just checking the backstage to make sure I'm not
think someone is before me. Sorry, Mr. There's someone before me.
Okay. Mr. James, go ahead.
Mr. James.
Sorry, I wanted. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Wale. I'm sure you can hear me. Good.
We are trying to.
Good. Now, the problem is this. Good and bad are relative. If you are talking about good qualities of a Nigerian or bad qualities, what is good from my perspective might not be good from your perspective. For example, if I'm a spendthrift, entertaining people lavishly, while I've not been able to take care of my family at home, people will be clapping for me. From your point of view, it is something good. But from my wife's point of view, I'm an irresponsible man. So nothing is good and nothing is bad. It depends on how we see things. And another thing is that you see, those qualities you read about what somebody wrote about Nigeria, there's no African country you go and tell a citizen, tell us what you think about your people, that will not repeat the same thing about their people. So I think we should concentrate more on what Lord Lugard said. I think it's far more important than what these are just.
You're saying we tend to exaggerate our position slightly.
Well, something like that, because if we have those qualities this lady is talking about, why is the country so bastardized?
Interesting.
The country is upside down with all the good qualities the lady or the fellow, enumerated.
Mr. James, but doesn't that sound too pessimistic?
Yes, I'm pessimistic because of what I've gone through in life in Nigeria. There's no need for me to be optimistic. I've suffered unquantifiable hardship because of my nationality. So why should I be talking about optimism? So if things are bad, I just have to say that they are bad. The country is bad. The country is upside down. Actually, I was telling somebody not long ago that I'm a Nigerian by birth, not by choice. My mother gave birth to me as a Nigerian. It is a white man, Lord Lugard, who made me a Nigerian. If Lugard had not come, I would have been an African, but not a Nigerian. So my Africanness is of more value to me than being a Nigerian.
Okay, so you and Ovia on the point that we should just stick with what Lugard said and not what. Okay, your point has been noted. Let's move on to who's next. Olumide, your take. You Wale want to go next? Okay, Wale. Let's go, Wale.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't forget the question: positive, negative, and how do we harness the positive?
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. James, for the wisdom. As an elderly person, you've nailed it. Now, looking at the positive, it's not a bad thing to have those positive, right? But the problem is, I would say it for those who might understand the proverbial aspect of it. How would you be living in the ocean and you still be washing your hand with saliva? Does it correlate? Does it go with each other?
The salt water have you burn your hand? I'm just being sarcastic.
Wash your hand with saliva, whereas you're in the ocean. Does it make sense? Like Mr. James rightly said, how would you be so lavish out there, flying a private jet, using 1 million to hire a plane, but your people cannot even afford a better food? Your wife cannot go, your children cannot go to a better school. Your wife is complaining, but you are showing lavishness out there. It doesn't make sense. So yes, if that is what we are in a positive way, are we actually putting that in the home front, or we're just showing the world that, we're very good at this, we're very good at this, but whereas at home, you are living in abundance, but you are still, you are a butcher, you are a son of a butcher, but all you can eat is bone. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, you could dwell on that positivity, those positivities, but is it in actual sense? There is enough for every single one of us in that country to eat and to live peacefully. But because we have been part of those who think, there is enough, I cannot praise Mr. James, I cannot praise Mr. Laba, I have more than enough, everything should belong to me. I don't care if you don't have or anything. That is the mentality, the selfishness in us. Until we take it out, that is where everybody will live, comfortably. But if you want to, I'm not saying all fingers are equal. Some people are still going to be taller than the rest, but everybody have their own usefulness. Even the little thumb that is shorter has its own usefulness. But if the taller one is making the rest of the fingers feel inferior, then what are they going to do?
Thank you, Wale.
Keep it that way. If we are living in the ocean, we are still washing our hands with saliva. Does it make sense?
Okay, thank you, Wale. But I want to highlight one of the comments from Todd Osas, and I said, my positive for Nigeria is that Nigerians love good education. However, our leaders are denying us. I think, that's my view, that education is a positive. We love it. If we were not being miseducated, if we get the right form of education, that's a powerful tool to change our country. That's just my view. So I'm agreeing with Osas right there. That's one positive. So before I go on, go ahead, Wale.
Sorry, quickly, Mr. Rystone, Mr. Blackstone, please just give me 1 minute. Yes, we are educated, but don't forget we have educated illiterate.
I know. That's why I said the right form of education. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, when we talk of our leaders made us this, who are these leaders? They are my uncle. They are your brothers.
That's right.
They are your mothers. At what point do we allow them, despite the fact that we know that they are worst of us, we still allow them to carry on? So is our fault, is my fault to allow my brother, who I know is very corrupt, is a thief, to allow him to be there? And I fold my hands, I did nothing. So I'm part of that problem. Yeah. That is what I have to say. Even if I or whatever, I'm still part of that problem.
Okay, I want to go to Righteous Man. I hope I'm not jumping anybody because he's in Nigeria. We have to always give him preference. Let me not start.
He has money to buy. He has money to buy data. Please let me talk. He has money to buy data. Don't worry.
So, Righteous Man, I want to go to you. So, what have you? I read that long list of our positive by Nigeria. So, what are our positive? What is our negative? And how do we harness the positive in our people? You have 3 minutes, Righteous Man. Are you there? If Righteous Man is not there, let's go straight to Mr. I can't see the names now. Beside Wale, Mr. Blackstone. Since Righteous Man is not there.
Yeah, remove this comment. Then remove this comment from the screen. You'll be able to see the name.
Oh, yeah, okay. I got to remove that comment. That's true. Yeah, that's why I don't see the name. So,
yeah, thank you.
Okay, since Righteous Man is not there, let's go to Mr. Blackstone.
So
go ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Alaba.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we are misunderstanding the point of that lady article. Actually, right? Every country has its own positive and negative side, negative attitude or negative things and positive things, right? Like you said, is how do we harness the positive things that our positivity will speak much more better than, much more louder than the negativities, right? Nigeria is a great nation and we are a great people. Sometimes I do ask myself, where do we get it wrong? Right? Where do we got it wrong? And I think we have to go back and examine where we got it wrong. Then we cannot be able to move forward because we have to understand where this problem started from and how then can we mitigate these issues. Yeah, Nigerians are people who love education. There are people who love life. There are people who love enjoyment. They love to have the best things, right? And that is one of the reasons that have brought a more negative aspect into our society. And one of those negative aspects, which is not supposed to be negative, but the way we have embraced it has made it negative. That is the issue of money, right? Money is not bad on its own, right? But the money that the money that's we're supposed to use to build our nation, right? We have turned it to a means of corruption, whereby a single person can take billions of dollars out of the economy of Nigeria, and nobody will do. He said he will stand strong. He will stand strong, stand firm, and he will defend himself or herself that he or she is doing right. And the common people who are suffering, who are lavishing in poverty out of this heart of the corrupt people, are also the ones also praising them. So when we can be able to understand that the officials, the politicians are supposed to serve the people, to serve the nations. They're not supposed to go there and become lords and boss or leaders that has no compassion for the people, no compassion for the nation. That is where the negativity of everything came from, because we believe that since you are rich, since we worship money, we respect money. So anybody that is rich and has money, nobody cares how you got the money. As long as it's rich, it's riding on big cars and everything. He's now a big guy in society, and the common people worship him, right? That have then resulted to everyone having that idea that I want to be strong, I want to be big, I want to be rich. You can be rich is good, but be rich in a genuine way. Be rich by not improvising, by not creating problem or making other people, by not taking the commonwealth of the people. Don't steal the commonwealth. Don't use your position, your office, right, to impoverish the common people. are supposed to serve these people. It's like you have been appointed or elected to serve these people, and at the end of the day, you are turning around to be a different thing, and now the people that are supposed to serve and rather not serving you, right? So this is where the negativity comes in. So we have to go back and see how can we be able to fight against this attitude of Nigerians that once you have money, you are a boss. Once you have money, you are a king. Once you have money, you are anything that is above the nation, right? So that's where the negativity comes in. That is where the issue of corruption comes in. Okay. And that's why we have this so-called bad reputation all over the world.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, Blackstone. You see, I highlighted on the screen there by how you make it. Sometimes we misinterpret what education is. And we have this education by fire or force which is not real education, which is not critical thinking form of education. That's what the person is saying. The education by fire or force does not create critical thinking or refinement needed to change a bad condition. And you're right, Blackstone. How do we view success? Yes, we might use our positive, we like education, but our mentality has been warped. We've been upbringing has trained us to believe that money is everything. And if money is all you have, you are still poor. Before we go on, I have to do what Forefather does best, which is talk more about the page. Please click the like buttons, and I will take a 1 minute break and to advertise this page, and then I will continue with Olumide when we get back. So let me do that. Okay.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let's back to business. Please click the like button, subscribe, and do the needful. We are discovering intelligent discussion on how to rescue our nation. And I think someone just joined. Let me add them. John, is that John?
Yeah.
Welcome. Oh, someone has already added you for me. Thank you, John, for joining us. I appreciate that. Hope you've been following us. We will catch you up with where we are. But Olumide is about to speak. I just read an episode written by a Nigerian on how all our positives. So I want him to tell us what are our positives, what are negative, how do we harness the positive to build a nation. Olumide, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you. So we do have a lot of positives, that can be harnessed. We have our cultures, our different cultures, rich cultures. We have Nigerians are dogged, we are brilliant, But I think the major challenge that we have, where I would tend to align with Pa James, in the sense that, see, no matter how good these qualities are, every country has very good positive aspects that can be attributed to it, But the ones that resonate to the world, are the ones that the institutions of governance that represent the country portray to the world. You understand? There's the reason why we say, people like me will say, oh, that society is a shido. That society is a no-go area. Because the very institutions that should protect governance have not done their job properly. What was I going to say again there? So what I'm saying now is the fact that a large majority of Nigerians want change. Where I differ from Blackstone is the fact that I believe that a large majority of Nigerians want change. They want the right things to be done. You understand? Every day. Why do I say that? The evidence for me, the clear evidence for me was the last general election. They wanted a change for the better, where a majority of Nigerians voted a certain candidate, but a minor few. Unfortunately, the institutions of governance in Nigeria that should work and portray these positive images to the whole world has been taken over by a criminal few. By a few people who don't want to do the right thing, who are not thinking of the general populace, but only their own pockets, their own personal benefits. So when you now tell the ordinary Nigerian to imbibe positive attitude, to do the right thing, when the very institution of governance that should portray it is not doing such, it's like a waste of time. It's like a waste of. It's like you're just like you are like a speck of sand in a large, you're like a speck of pebble in a large ocean. Because that institution of governance is a representative of the people. When your police force has no integrity, the police force that should fight crime are the ones perpetrating crime, framing people up for crimes they never committed, trying to make themselves look good to the public that they were solving crimes when they were accusing the wrong person, where they never did any investigation. When the justices that should uphold the law and interpret the law,
you have 1 minute left.
Take bribe to look the other way. And more importantly, where the vote of the very people is what should bring accountability to the person who has not done his job properly according to the people who have voted. That is the only way they are hold these politicians accountable. But when that is perverted, then I mean there's no place for change.
Thank you, Olumide. So let's stay focused on the question so we can have direction. I think
why did I do now? What crime have I committed? And
I will not say you don't finish smoking. We're coming to you now.
Please,
Mr. Blackstone, get one thing, one say.
Yes, let me my name. So let me try to answer him. I never said that Nigerians Nigerians are not doesn't like good things. I never said so, right? What I was saying is that I never mentioned it in good. I said that we have to understand where the issue started from, how we change, how we begin to be lovers of money and begin to praise those that has money and not doing the right thing. Right? That people go to the government, they make money, people start still praising them instead of us shaming them. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Ovie, and after Ovie, I'm going to come back to Mr. John. Thanks for joining.
No. Let John go. Let John speak.
John, is this your first time of joining us? You seem to have
it should be like a
scarf over your head.
Let John speak. Let him speak.
Then, okay, it's okay, John.
On a serious note, let him speak. Let John speak.
You understand the question? Have you been following us from beginning? Go ahead. What are our positive? What are negative? How do we harness the positive? You have 4 minutes.
Okay, so thanks for having me on your platform, and I'm here to add my 50 cents to the topic today. So in terms of our positive, Nigeria is a country that has like bright minds, hardworking people, and we have a young country compared to other countries in the world. but we have more like negatives than the positive, right? The negative around about us is lack of um, being futuristic, making the ultimate sacrifice for the future generation, our greed, our shortcuts to achieving things. So we have lots of problems, and if we start mentioning those problems, we are not going to be done here. But I think the most critical problem starts from the creation of Nigeria itself. Because when you look at countries or current countries in Europe, they were in USSR, right? They were one massive country, but they broke out and they are doing better today. But when you look at the Nigerian story, everything about us is foreign, from our religious belief system to our educational system, and even our country itself was never a country where you and I or our fathers sat down and agreed to form a country. So the subject matter, which says, how do we build a nation? The question I would like to ask everyone here is, do we think Nigeria is our nation or Nigeria belongs to us? I don't think so, because if Nigeria belonged to us, and if we had a nation, the nation will care for us. Nigeria doesn't care about Nigerians, and that's the fact. We don't give our children the education they need to be innovative. We don't take good care of the resources we have in our land. So the more we still try to fix something we cannot fix, we're just like, I don't know, we are just wasting our time. I feel the solution for us is to go back to either regional government, or we go back before 1914 when Lugard, the slave master, created Nigeria. We have to always add that piece of information, because that's the root cause of our problem. So we should start thinking about how we can peacefully dissolve that country called
You have
Nigeria.
1 more minute.
Yeah. So we have to start thinking in line of breaking away from the entity called Nigeria, because it's clearly not working. And if it was working, by now we should have been seeing signs that the country was going to work. And if we say Nigeria is going to work, the question is, when is it going to work? So that's my 10 cents.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. You made very valid point, but you deviated a little bit from our main topic. But it's okay. You're still within the umbrella topic, which is good. Who's next to talk before I move on to the next topic? I think it's
Righteous man.
okay.
Righteous man.
Righteous man. Okay,
No,
let's write.
ah,
Oh, you want
okay,
to go
okay.
before righteous
No,
man?
no, no. Let him go. Let him
Righteous
go.
man, are you there? It's so dark. I don't even know when he's there. Is either I can't
It's
see
not
him or
there. It's not.
there's
It's
no
not there.
NEPA.
It's not there.
No, it's not there.
It's not there. Let
Okay,
me go.
okay, go.
I will start off with the breaking news that just coming in. Hopefully, we'll learn while I'm able to, draw our attention to pick one or let's see from there. Macron is gone. Macron just lost. The massive turnout, the 40 years history, the way people turn out to vote in this election is over 40 years record break. So Macron is gone. Some people were saying progressive, they meant the part for the word I've been high people down that. Anyway, now why am I starting from that standpoint of view? It also goes back to what Wale said in his conclusion when we were rounding up the first topic that we picked up, when he said, what is the solution? Where do we go from there? And that informed why I said there's no difference between whatever that person wrote, what he's saying, and what we got, what describing of who we are as at that time. Now, this is a clear description of who we think we are. But let's look at it critically. For the past 3 years now, I started looking for solution from the standpoint of generation and class. It's no longer individual anymore. And Wale was tempted to go as far to say, oh, the youth, Big Brother and all that. That's still individual stuff. If we look at it from the class and generational point of view, you will understand that in order for us to actually achieve any change going forward, we have to understand. When I mean we, especially we on the screen, people who are informed, educated, travel, the people who are classified as middle class, however you want to classify yourself, we are the problem. Why do I say that? We are the only one that can stand up in the international community and say, oh, we are the most educated. We are educated. And I will say, what do you have to show for it? Say, I'm a Nigerian. Like, I do ask myself, are we living on the same planet? There's war going on in Russia and between Russia and Ukraine. Guess what? The whole West is intense. West is intense. The Western Empire is crumbling. Few of us get access to education. We say we are educated. I have a coach, a great man, that said if one of the athletes no perform, every other person fail. How many of us are educated in Nigeria? Then show me. Well, thank God, our education, that is what it can produce. Like what? That's why the idea of revolution will never be successful, because the group who have the energy, they are already there. They are waiting for us, because it is us, the middle class, who have resources, who are financially buoyant and more experienced, that can organize and finance those young energy that will take war to the top. But you know why that cannot happen? We know why the educated order are so out of sight that we cannot make it happen. You know why? Also falling to what Shewori said. We are more inspired to become PA, essays. We are just eager to go there. That knowing that the only way to get there fast and solidly to carry to actually sit down with those who are immiserated with poverty. That me and you have forgotten because we are educated. We say, oh, Nigeria is educated. That is what we have to show for it. We are the problem. By the time we're beginning to see it from that perspective, we will have inching a step closer to actually get the country we want. The Gen Z, they've shown us they're ready 2020. That is what any generation at that level will do across the globe. But you know why we are having the argument if it's successful or not? Because we fail. We fail to mobilize resources that will sustain that energy. Because we are not organized, because we are selfish. America, they'll quick to tell us in America, Nigerians are the most motivated immigrants. We don't even have a community to show for it. I don't see any Nigerian billionaires. It only tells me that even we, the educated one, we don't understand how the world works. We are the bottom of the food chain. You say you are educated. Who cares? Now only 2 countries there, whoa, the whole West is in panic. So yes, let's agree the whole freaking Nigeria is educated. But somebody make one of the black race, the whole continent is a shithole, whether you want to admit it or not. That is what our education can produce. So it is not about me and new education. It is beyond what we have to show with our education.
Round up. Thank you.
So if we fail to use our education to actually organize the energy that is at play right now, we will have another 25 years to wrestle with.
Okay.
By that time, we don't get power.
Thank you, Ovie. Before I go to Forefather, I want to read this comment from one of the commenters on the comment section. If one of the wheels is not performing, the whole movement is compromised. So we must identify the faulty wheel, fix or replace or remove it. My next topic, which would be to highlight the 4 types of people in Nigeria, would be attempting to do this so that make it one of the wheels. We've got to see there are different wheels in that country, and it's all about numbers. After our forefathers make his own submission on our positive and negative and how we can use it, I would go to that topic. I will first of all highlight it for you all to see, and then I would throw to you the question that follows it. It is directing us gradually to how to fix the problem, but that's the direction. But let's hear from forefather, and then I would highlight the wheels that drives us and which one would need replacement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ferrara. The positives I see in Nigerians is that Nigerians are the most alive people that I know on earth, and they are most ambitious people, hardworking, driven, fearless. Actually, individually, they are fearless. They are daring, and they are very, very creative. And these are features that any African can tell you that Nigerians have. Very smart. They always say that Nigerians are very smart. You can't keep up with them individually. And you can see that within our culture. Now, we do also have a very respectful culture for our elders. I'm not sure there is any culture where you have the kind of difference that they give to the elders as you have in the Southwest, in the world, really. So Nigerians have a lot of positives from that point of view. A Nigerian can show up in London today, nothing phases that Nigerian. It will be the same. He doesn't care about changing himself or herself to something else. They will try to maintain. And it just comes naturally to them. And you can see that in the description that Lugard gave too. So from that point of view, those are the positives I say Nigerians.
Okay, you done? Okay.
On the positives, yeah.
Yeah, no. Is there a way we can harness it?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Those characteristics you just highlighted is what built a nation. A nation that we are all running to. That's what we did. So how come we don't have it?
Those are the questions we're going to answer from the next slide.
Hold on. Is that we are deceiving ourselves or we are all blind? That's what it is.
Because
no. I disagree with you, Ovie. That's why we are doing this presentation. That's why
it's a statement. Like if we say we have all this character, how come we don't? What is the product? What is the outcome of the character? Because if you come to America, you see the outcome of their character. If you anywhere you go, you see the outcome of our character. So if what we have right there is the outcome of our character, and that we are satisfied with it, that's good.
I agree with you. Anyway,
we're going there. Before we start agreeing and disagreeing, let's focus on this slide on the screen. Before we start agreeing and disagreeing, this is where we're going. We're trying to figure out which of the wheels are not performing and why we're not having movement. Let's stay focused. I don't want us to do a tit-tat personality, and we don't get nowhere. Let's take it one by one. That's why I've structured this presentation gradually as I have, starting from Lugard's comments to a positive Nigerian, and when we're moving on to the next. People make up a country, my people. Any country is filled with people. We have 200 million. So, and every game of, you call it politics, I don't call it politics. What we practice is sabotage, not politics. But let's leave that. That's not today's topic. Now, every game of who runs or rules resources depends on who is in charge of those resources and the numbers. Numbers play a very vital role in control on who control your resources.
I think Ovie's mic is still on. Sorry.
Okay, let me close it. Ovie mic still on. Can you, Ovie? Let me do that myself. Where's Ovie's mic? It's off now. Okay, now
someone else. Sorry.
Let me check. Forefather, can you help me with that? I don't want you to help me today. I think I'm doing a great job.
That's a good one.
I think it's AY. Let me bring AY in also. AY, thank you for joining us. Add AY to the stage. So as I'm going into the next topic, please, this is very, very important. And the question that will follow is important. We're made up of people. Have we looked at the people that makes us? That's what I attempt to do in this next level of slide. And then look, put a number to it and said, just like that statement on the screen, you have 4 wheels in a car. If one of the wheels is not performing, there's no movement. In this case, we might have more than 1 wheel that's not performing. My attempt now is to see if we can identify that faulty wheel and suggest possible way to fix, replace, or remove it. That's where we're going. I love how you make it, Mr. This thing you put out, because that's the bridge I need to the next topic. So you all heard about Dr. Charles Apoki was the first person that brought this to my attention when he talked about Cipollini's theory of stupidity. And so I went back and reviewed it further. Let me go to my technological page and have the page on the screen. Let's go to, first of all, get rid of that one. And then go to, okay. Are we still on? Good, good, good. Then go to, you're doing good, Ferreira. Don't let them scare you. Let me go to present. And then I want to bring that thing on share screen and then go to Windows and then boom, bring it up and then share, boom. Okay, this is where I want. There's this guy called Cipolla. He identified 2 major factors among human beings when exploring human behavior. Are you with me, guys? Let me try and be on that page. He says human beings interact with one another and their environment in 2 forms. 1, benefits and losses that individuals cause to themselves. That's 1. 2, benefits and losses that individuals cause to others. He was talking about human character. So I went back and reviewed the Nigerian situation and said, yes, like that wheel concept of a car. We actually have 4 types of human beings in Nigeria, our entire 200 million. We can statistically group them into 4. Let's call that the 4 wheels of the car. On the upper, and he puts it in a graph form, the upper echelon of the graph on the right section would have intelligent people. That one, in my own perspective, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, I would say we have about 1%. And then on the other upper echelon on the left, we have helpless people. I would say those are about 45%. You see, those are the people. Then on the lower section, you have the criminals or the bandits or criminals. From my own perspective, I would say those one would be about 9%. And then on the lower left, we have people who are just basically don't know jack, just slow, stupid, or, you know, not stupid in the abusive sense, but stupid in the terms of cognitive reconnaissance of themselves and their environment. Now, these are the 4 types of Nigerians that exist. It's important to highlight that every country has these 4 types of people. Let nobody fool you. Then don't let anybody fool you. Now, what now makes a difference between a country that is been successful and one that has failed is the fact that in countries that have moved forward or moved close to progress, is that the percentage differ from country to country. Let's first of all address that. The countries that has moved forward in this world have been those who have been able to use their intelligent people and harness the helpless people. You understand? They harness the helpless people and then they harness the stupid people. So it makes 3 groups against the criminals and bandits in their community. While countries that are not moving forward, like the African countries, are countries who have not been able to harness their, even though they have intelligent people, but their intelligent people have not been able to harness, when I say harness, I mean drag them into your group, into yourself, join them together, harness their helpless people. And therefore, in those countries, you would notice that it's the criminals or the bandits that are usually in charge, and the criminals and the bandits always have the stupid people with them. So it is left for the intelligent people to be able to harness the helpless people in order to convince the stupid people, though they can be 75 against the criminal people. That's the difference between countries that are moving forward and countries that are not. I'm assessing that in the Nigerian situation, we could group 45% as stupid, the number could fluctuate, 45 as helpless, 1 as intelligent, and 9 as criminal. But currently, my view is that the criminal bandits are in charge. They totally have all the stupid people behind them, no doubt. And they also have the helpless, but the helpless are not participating. They're just, I'm focused on my life. All those your Nigerian problem doesn't concern me. You guys deal with it. I'll go raise my own family. I'll travel abroad. I'll go get my job. I'll do my thing. Don't even call me. I'm done with your Nigerian nonsense. Those are the helpless people. They don't partake. So the criminals and the stupid are together against the intelligence, and they run the country. Now, helpless people contribute to society but are taken advantage of by it. Intelligent people contribute to society and they leverage their contribution into personal benefit. And stupid people, on the other hand, are counterproductive to both their society and to themselves. While bandits, on the other hand, are solely for their own self-interest. They don't care about society, even if they always possess a net detriment to society's welfare. You know, so they contribute. Additionally, this category contributes to ineffectual people, either exist in its own right or can be considered to be in the center of the graph. Now, there's one thing you need to know, 5 things you need to know about those who are in the stupid category. People always underestimate them. Everybody underestimates the number of stupid people in circulation in a society because they think they are stupid, but they don't understand the damage they can do if they are not properly channeled to have a scalar quantity. No, I'm sorry, a vector quantity. That means to have direction. Don't just make them scalar. You have to direct them. Now, the probability that a certain person will be stupid is independent of whether they have a PhD or they are a pastor or they are a lawyer or it's independent of that kind of, they might be the most educated person, but they can still be in that stupid category. So they can be the chief judge of the country, they can be the chief justice, they can even be president, they can be commanding officer of a military battalion, they can be anything. That ain't got nothing to do with that effect on self and society thing we're talking about. On the third rule about these people is that a stupid person who causes losses to another person or a group of persons, while he himself is not gaining anything, or even possibly is even losing, a stupid person would do that. Now, the problem we have that concerns Nigeria is the fact that the non-stupid people, they are always underestimating the damage and the power of stupid individuals. They don't understand it. And they are very powerful in the ball game. In particular, non-stupid people constantly forget that at all times and places and under any circumstances, to deal or associated with stupid people always turns out to be costly mistake. And the last one is that a stupid person in that category is the most dangerous type of person, because a stupid person is more dangerous than the criminal, the pillager. So based on these 4 groups, my people, an analysis, I'll put up the graph there. My question is this, please think about this question carefully as we go on, is that based on these 4 groups, as Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself with? And what group will you put your political idol? That's number 1. Number 2, name what group is your political opponent in? And lastly, supporters of Nigerian political parties, APC, PDP, LP, Showere's party, how would you group them based on these groupings by Cipolla? That's the question for discussion. And I think I budgeted a lot of time for this discussion, close to 8 minutes or 10 minutes per person. So it's for me, I think we begin to look, that's the mirror I'm talking about, putting before ourselves, our country, our people, and saying, okay, there's 4 wheels on a car, my people. Which wheel are faulty? Which wheel do we change? So let's start with ourselves. I'll still put up that question. Let me go back to that graph, to that thing, so you can see the graph. I don't know if I'm clear in explanation, if I need to explain further. Do I need to explain further, or you guys got it? It's good, we're good to move.
I think we got it. I think we got it.
Okay. So let's just go straight to the question part, right? I'll leave on the screen the graph so that as people talk, should I do that? Should I? Maybe not. We want to see people's face as they're talking. Okay, let's go to answering the question. Let me take this off so that we can go back to the discussion, and we can hit the question. Stop screen. Yeah. Okay, guys, who we got? Righteous Man is back with us. Who wants to start on this? Should we do it? Forefather, help me out.
Thank you for the lecture.
Start with new people that just join us, or start as the screen is. We have 10 minutes. This is a big one. Please, guys, let's stay focused on the question. Let us not interject. If we have any comment or addition, let's put it on the private comment section so I can address it. Let's have a very mature conversation based on this. Remember the question: which group do you belong to? Which group does your political... Huh? How do we set it up as we are on the screen? Mr. James is raising up his hand. I'm begging he wants to go first.
Yeah, we should do it.
Go with him.
Let's follow the screen.
Let's follow the screen, starting with Forefather or starting with AY.
No, with Forefathers, Ovie,
Okay, let's go along the screen. We start. Forefather, you got the microphone. Do you want me to read the question one more time?
I think it's okay. I got the question about where do you belong.
Identify yourself. What group will you put yourself? What group would you put your political idol? That means somebody you love. Then name and what group is your political enemy? And lastly,
how with the new voice?
You have 8 to 10 minutes. Let's go.
Personally, those groups are as a result of other factors. So I find it hard to place myself in any of them. Because if I say I'm a stupid group, it's going to look like someone will say, no, you belong to the other group. So it's hard for me. It's up to people to judge where I belong in that group. And I can't even objectively say I know what I'm doing. 5 years ago, I would say I've changed. So all I can say is that when we are talking about the entire the concept behind what you stated, those groups exist in every society.
That's correct.
They exist in every society. The factors that affect why they become functional is what we discussed some weeks ago about collective intelligence. This aspect of collective intelligence, if we don't know how to harness it amongst our population, it's a totally different thing. It's not IQ. You can have the most intelligent people in the country, like all of them, above average IQ. You still not perform very well. You just have to have that collective intelligence to make the difference. If you have very highly intelligent people and you have high collective intelligence, then the results will be through the roof. But if you have low intelligence people, but you have high collective intelligence, the results will still be very, very high. The individual ants are not very intelligent, aren't they? But they accomplish so much. They can build whole structures and all the rest of it. They can build bridges and all the rest because they have high collective intelligence. And that is an aspect that we don't necessarily study about. And that's what, in a way, what's his name? Lugard was trying to highlight when he says we don't know how to visualize and our lack of fear, apprehension of the future. And that aspect, I think, but in terms of placing myself, I think it would be hubris for me to start saying I belong to this group or the other group. I just think that the issue that you highlighted there is present in other societies. The question is why do they function and why do we not function?
Yeah, I just told you in that analysis. What about your idol, your political idols or foe? What group do they belong?
Idol,
I mean somebody you cherish. If I don't know who you are.
Okay, I would say they belong in. I don't know. They don't belong in that group. They are not. I'm sorry. They are not belonging in any of the group because they are not stupid. They are not the most. They may not be the most intelligent people, and they may not be They are intellectual. I think there was intellectual in the middle somewhere. They will be
there's
more,
not.
Oh my God. Okay. You are trying to force me to choose one side.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Just, you know,
okay,
but to counter what you just said, that in other countries, yes, they are in other countries, but the success of the other countries depends on if the intelligent people can harness the helpless people and then further harness the stupid people. That's the only way they defeat the criminal group. That's what's been happening in other countries. But in Nigeria, is the reverse. It's the criminal group that is harnessing the stupid people, and now the helpless people just throw in the towel, and the country is free flow for criminals.
You see, this is why our societies are affected by events that occur to us and our environment. I don't know whether you've seen that documentary of gun steal and something. That guy that made that documentary, he basically found from his own findings that most civilization that we call civilization is just based on the materials that are around them. That's what gave them the ability to become civilization. It's not because they are just special people that are very intelligent. It tells you that there are a lot of other factors that determine whether you emerge or whether you don't emerge. It's for your people to know what you lack and try to harness it in such a way that it kind of elevates their own people. That's like in the context of Nigeria, based on our history, there's something debilitating us. We have to know how to harness that to our own benefit. That is the way I look at it. And if you ask me to pick somebody that is a hero in the context of Africa, I would say I would choose Queen Amarynlis, and that's going way back. Queen Amarynlis is the last true great hero on the entire continent that I know that did something that even the English powerful people couldn't do. The Cleopatra couldn't do. Cleopatra couldn't do what she did. Mansa Musa was totally irresponsible, and because Mansa Musa sounds like the kind of people Lugard is describing, thriftless. They spend without, they don't know what value of anything is. They have position, they don't realize what the responsibility is. Mansa Musa emblemizes exactly what Lugard was talking about, and that is what is killing us. So I would say Queen Amarynlis is the only one I would call out on the continent that stood her ground and succeeded.
You got 1 more minute. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't have to use it.
Okay, yeah, we go to the next person. Please, guys, let's stay focused on the question. You have 10 minutes. Everybody has 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, let's focus to the question. I've highlighted those 4 groups by Sepola. You know, says it in the Nigerian context. Which one do you belong to? Which one does your political idol belong to? Which one do your political opponent belong to? And how do you feel political parties regarding to those groups in Nigeria? Those are the questions. Please, let's stay focused on the line of question. That way we can go around. 10 minutes. Here, go, Ovie. Your turn.
It's like me listening to slaves arguing or having a conversation in the 1822 in South Alabama. He goes, nigga, man, I can put in 2 hours. He said, hell no, man, 2 hours, I can do 4 hours, man. I work harder than you, nigga, man. That's exactly what I'm hearing. You are forcing me to group my people. Stupid, lazy. Those are elitist language at this point. You say, make I tell you to Nigeria, that's where I am today. There's no how forget Chipota, forget theory. The situation we have in Nigeria right now, we have a group of class of people cut across the country who believe power, they will keep it as long as they can. Then we have those up and coming ones who are doing everything they can to get into that angle. Then every one of us. Then now you asking me to the group one of us. At every stage, you see there are stupid people, there are intelligent people, there are smart people. That's not where our solution is going to come from. You cannot tell the helpless Nigeria right now. Now only hunger, and every Nigeria right now is ready to go hunger. But how do me and you, who we claim to be intelligent, how do we organize that stupidity? Because guess what? When the elite, those people who are in control wants to get power, everything is on the table. If you think they lie, they lie. There's a guy called Emilio Con. Everyone is on standby. Bishops, militants, everyone is on standby. If no way say no, now only my kind I go to win already the election. So in as far me and you who claim to know one or two to understand that there are some people who are stupid, and we fail to understand that that stupidity is very lucrative, especially in Nigeria today. There's a reason why majority of us are, to use your language, are stupid. It is because it is very lucrative to those guys who are on top. So no, I am not going to fall into categorizing like that. Yes, the stupid people are stupid. There are 45 people.
What's the point
We
of that
the little ones.
categorization of here? I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
Is
no,
to
no, no,
see
I know.
if we can
I
replace
get
the
it. I
bias.
get it. So we, those ones that say we are, as I said, there are three things you need. We need voice, we need platform, and we need resources. We need the energy, the raw one. Guess what? The answers have shown us that they are ready to go. And guess what? The elite seeds, they came through and they actually tried to use the energy to go to power. So it is our fault. It is those ones who actually have the economic power. That is what I'm saying. At this point, the only thing we should be asking the Nigerian diaspora for is nothing but their money. But we have to find a way to organize that money to actually support those energy. And guess what? With the experience of those who want to actually, who are already financially viable, who want just to come there with their organizational skill, they were up there. That's just where we are. Yes, we are stupid. Stupidity is useful. Now me and you know just this year. They even use that campaign. If you tell me say Bruno be stupidity, tell me another thing, but and it works. So but how do we handle that stupidity? That's why it take me to the church, the religious group. At this point, instead of condemning the 100%, we should go in. How do we make sure that those people that are already organized, how do we take the debate conversation to the common? Yes, I know these people, they allow you the chop now because you know they pay tax and anything. Times are coming whereby you don't get a choice. But it is up to us. As I said, it is up to me and you who claim to be enlightened and know one or two things. Our privileges, because you understand, especially the way we categorize those people in Nigeria. We're quick to forget that we are once there, and while we are there, those who are abroad see us like that. And that is because majority of what is responsible for how they say those who are stupid is just survival instinct. They want to survive. That's where we are. That's why when they say we are intelligent, we are smart, we are scientists. America is so stupid, but we are here. We can see what their stupidity has brought them to. The West world are so stupid, the Chinese are so stupid, but look what their stupidity is giving them. Our intelligence, what is it giving us? So that's why I say when we say we are intelligent, what is the product? What is the outcome? But in as far we begin to see it like that, we don't miss out. We are not intelligent until we can stand in the committee of what and say, come on, you go space, I don't go. This is what you are working on, this is what you are working on. We were talking about the technology of tomorrow that are already enslaving us. We're talking about AI, biotechnology, meeting AI and every other thing. That's where the world is. So if we that understand a little bit of this fail to organize that raw energy that we term as stupidity and use it to actually change the man out of the, as Bamal will say, change the body out of the world. If we don't do that, if we start not looking at towards that direction, Buru said it's not going to work. As I said, we are not special. The Chinese people today, we are joining, went through the same process. I submit my.
Okay, thank you, Ovie. While thank you very much, Ovie. While Ovie totally evaded the question, he made a very valid point. He totally evaded the question because I was trying to play a game of numbers. You know, how many are this? How many are that? How many do we need to convince? How many do we get into the intelligent forum? Or what do we need to do? Particularly those of us abroad. But Ovie made a very, very valid point, which I've written down, and by God's grace will be a point of discussion in future. Ovie made a point that we need three things: a voice, a platform, and resources. I've noted that down, and thank you very much, Ovie, for your contribution. And I'm going to go next to Wale. why I had. I'm going to be rotating people because if there's any other person on the background that wants to come on, they can partake in this conversation. Thank you very much. Wale, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Laba. Well, I wouldn't call myself stupid. And well, this is myself. But with my own categorization, I think I would rather go with idiot tribesmen and citizens. Let me say, partly I'm idiot. And I'll tell you reason why I say that. If I know definitely that something is not right and it's not going to benefit me, even though it's wrong, but I'm going to benefit from it, or it doesn't really concern me, and I look away, not thinking that it's going to bite me, well, it's going to bite any of my relative or even my close friend in the future, but I looked away, I'm an idiot. That's why I said I am. But what can I do to make sure that my idiotism, or whatever we can call it, is not taking the best of me any longer? It's for me to lend my voice, like Ovie said. Okay, I know this thing is not good. My Igbo brother or Hausa brother has not been treated fairly because they are within the Yoruba region. And I keep quiet because, it's like when this flood happened in Lagos and an Hausa man tried to rescue someone and the water was about to take him and people said, oh, maybe Aboki ni Abegi. Is Aboki not human being? That is me looking at that man, about to be flooded away. And I do nothing because he's not a Yoruba man. I'm an idiot. A tribesman, well, that goes with the tribesman because it doesn't really concern me either. Anybody wants to, do whatever they want to do. In as much I'm benefiting from it, I'm an idiot. Now, coming to tribesmen, the link to the first one where it says, oh, he's an Aboki man. What does Aboki man know or whatever? Let him get carried away by the flood. If it's a Yoruba man, will I do that? If I could rescue a Yoruba man in the same situation, that means I'm a tribes person. So I'm not helping the country. The last one, which is a citizenship, which is a citizen, it's okay, irrespective of who is going to benefit or who is going to be there. Am I contributing or lending my voice? Am I getting into that platform to make sure that, yes, do what you have to do to make sure the country you are in or your country is better for everyone? Then if I'm able to think that way, yes, every single one of us as human beings, we will have some level of selfishness in us. No matter how we try to be perfect, we cannot be perfect. But the level of selfishness and tribesmen in some people, it's so high that they can't even see anything beyond that. So if we can all reflect and say, wait a minute, what am I doing that is actually leading to the downfall of this country that I call my country? What is my own impact? We are able to reflect, then that will make us to think, you know what? I need to change my orientation. I need to change the way I think. I need to change the way I see people. Okay, we are all in developed countries. I'm very, very sure every single one of us will work in our profession. What is one thing they will drum into your ears? If you are in a car manufacturing company and you go for interview, they will ask you, what is it that you really, really want to bring to this company? Or what do you want to achieve? The question they are looking for is safety. Because if you make that car and you can't be bothered because you are looking for money, you wouldn't never know when that car will even be what will kill your relative. But if you think of safety first, regardless of whoever is buying it, you know that brake that you are a mechanic that you're supposed to fix properly. You fix it properly, it's working okay. That road is well fixed. The light is all well lit. Then people will be able to live life without thinking that, okay, if I could sell that car for $5,000 or $25,000, I'll make more profit. If I could buy an inferior brake to fix on that car, who is going to die? Do you know who is going to be in that car? If someone is going to build a house and you build an inferior you use inferior materials and the building collapse, do you know which of your relatives is going to be there? So that is what I said. The idiot part of us, it's in every single one of us, until we look back and say, you know what, I'm not going to compromise quality over quantity. Until we reflect, is in us, is inbuilt. Every single one of us will have little children. Ask them not to touch a cake. Go away and look from far. You will see how they will be tempted. Maybe they will pick little. Oh, one of them will say, Daddy said we shouldn't touch it. It's just a matter of time before all of them will start, devouring that cake. It's inbuilt, it's in our DNA. But how do we make sure that we are not falling into this? Number one, accountability, either for your action or your inaction. If you do anything wrong, are you ready to face the consequence? If everybody is rising and say, oh, this thing is not good, and because you are benefiting from it, you keep quiet, it's just a matter of time. But if we are going to build a country, we'll call a country, then it doesn't really matter if Alaba is my uncle or is my brother. If we does the damage, it should be ready to face the consequence without my mother interfering and say, oh, are you going to jail your brother because you did it because of a country? Fela said it. Nobody won't die. I won't build house. I get mama. I won't get Peking. I won't buy this. I won't buy that. That is what is killing. Thank you. I know I haven't talked about idol. Probably maybe I don't have a political idol. My political opponent, everything is in every single one of us. With Nigerians, they are helpless. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not in the habit of paraphrasing people, but I just want to pick out key points that Wale did make, and they are very important. That's why I'm picking them out. Rather than those 4 categories I highlighted, he highlighted his own 3: idiots, tribesmen, and citizens. Very valid points, and all the valid points he made. But I just want to come back a little bit on citizenship, because I'm of the opinion that we don't have leaders and we don't have followership. Therefore, when someone was trying to compare Kenya to Nigeria, somebody wrote in a comment section and said the highest office in any land is the office of the citizen. In Nigeria, we don't have citizenship yet. This is a fact. We don't have visionary leaders. We are ruled by people in the absence of vision. We have no purpose. Our purpose has been corrupted. This is coming from daily environment to me. Therefore, the result is the absence of purpose and vision. We have people who are getting richer while the society gets poorer. We don't have citizenship, so we lack leaders. So Wale was able to say that even him and me, we still fall into this stupid category of people we are trying to absorb or change, whether we like it or not, because one way or another, our actions have also contributed to where
Alaba, I
we
have
are.
a question. I have a question along
Who
with
is
you
that?
said
Who is
about
that?
the
Before I
way.
start entertaining questions, I don't want to derail our topic.
Sorry.
Who is that?
No, you
Who is
said
that?
something about the legitimate submission, that we are not
Yes.
citizens. And my
Yes.
response or question to him is that who will give you citizenship?
We have to fight for it. That's what we are trying to do here. That's the
Now
point
you
of
gonna
our
give
conversation.
yourself. Nobody will give you. I don't want
Nobody
anybody
will
to give
give
me. I
you.
want to give
I agree
you. Give
with you,
yourself.
Ovie.
So,
Yeah, so moving on, let's go on to the next person, and that would be, oh Jesus, this man and his glasses. I better buy me new glasses. Oh, I'm trying to see the next name on the screen. Okay, remove that. That would be John, according to no, sorry, Olumide. Which one? Olumide go be mad now. Olumide, according to this, we're going like this, right?
I
Now
thought we're going
Olumide,
like this.
yeah?
So, Alaga, can you throw the questions again?
Yeah, let me throw the question again. So based on those 4 formulas of 4 categories of people that exist, right? The intelligent ones, the helpless one, the stupid ones and the criminal ones, right? Intelligent, I say 1%, criminal 9%, stupid 45, helpless people 45. The question is this: based on these 4 groups, as a Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself with, and what group will you put your political idol? Then name them, and what group is your political foe? Name them also. Lastly, supporters of Nigerian political parties, how would you group them based on these 4 groupings by Shipola?
So,
go ahead.
My political idol, without belonging to any specific political party in question, is Awolowo. Because Awolowo was ideological. He had manifestos, he had programs that was distinct from any other political party of his time, and he implemented them to the letter. And Awolowo was uncompromising. Awolowo will not accept any corrupt person or any tainted person in the party for the sake of for the sake of, I mean, what they do currently in Nigeria, where they jump political parties, where they say, oh, come with your baggage and your sins are forgiven, like Oshemole did. In today's politics in Nigeria, they practically lack ideology. There's no distinction between APC, PDP, or any other person, or any other party out there. And for me, the only party out there today that has been very principled, they've not been opportune to be elected into any office, maybe by I won't say by default, on purpose. The AAC, led by Showore is principled. He has refused to identify with corrupt individuals or corrupt parties. Reason why he has refused to form any so-called coalition with any other party that he feels is not aligned with ideologically. So for me, I think for me, I think the primary problem, it's difficult for me to kind of categorize people into this or this or that. I mean, even the Labour Party itself, you can see what is happening today to them. I mean, everything happening to them has just shown that they don't have. I have to touch the phone. Okay. They're not principled. They're not principled. So I would say the same for the obedient movement, because this is a group of people who wanted to, their hope and their intention was to take the country back and put it back on the right path to what a true country and nation should be. I think the primary challenge facing us, Ovie, I think I see the point Farotimi was making. See, you yourself will define your citizenship, but I agree with you partly. But with Farotimi, I agree completely that the institutions of governance is very important to defining citizenship. You're being in America, an example there. You see the way the institutions work there. No individual will disagree with the government or criticize somebody in power, and then the next day they are sending the very institutions that should protect the people against that very person. It doesn't happen in America. You will have your say, you will have your, you may not have your way, but you will have your say. And then our vote, the moment your votes don't count, where you cannot bring your elected leaders to account, That is the very basis for democracy. That when that elected leader has not done what is expected of him as a leader, to make the institutions of governance that we have created to serve us the way it should serve us, then they must be brought to account during that time period when that electioneering comes. But when a very set of people begin to rig themselves, corrupt our institution, then the essence of citizenship is of no use, is void. I think that is what Dele Farotimi is talking about. You exist in a country, but you don't have any benefits of a citizen. Most of us were not born in the countries that we are in today. But we can talk about the very benefits that we've enjoyed from the very moment we landed in this country.
Ovie, I can't let you interject. So you've had your chance of it. You gotta have to hold on a little bit.
Okay, I will give him that 2 minutes. That 2 minutes I have left to ask that question.
Thank you. You didn't even ask me my political leader, be whatever you asked.
Yeah, I did. You skipped it. That's why I said you evaded my question. That's why I've only picked
one. See, okay, then I will go with that. And I will also answer. No, Olumide, I totally agree with Dele Farotimi. I'm not disagreeing with him. And you too, now, because you are in the spirit of argument, you go for see my point. I'm saying, yes, we are not citizens. But the idea that we are going to wait for them to give us citizenship, now we are going to wait for notice. That's why I said, who is going to give us? Now we go define and take our citizenship from those people where they destroy, as you said, our institution. So we're on the same. I'm just proposing a way forward, right? I agree with him, just as you agree with him. I'm proposing a way forward. But yes, Aminu Kano resonates with me, and which is Aminu Kano is somebody who is fortunate to be among the was educated along the feudal laws where the British were creating in the northern state at that time, the northern before the amalgamators. So he refused to actually agree to join those kind of feudal kind of deals, and he decided to actually side with the Talakawas. By so doing, they deny him any kind of leadership position at all. Even when his colleagues are becoming governors and all that, they deny him, and he has to go and form his own political movement, right? Again, that's why that's why I agree with Olumide's submission of including Showori. Showori also possesses the same characteristic. He has the opportunity to actually just go with this animal that we have now in charge of us, but he said no. But instead, also he decided to go and form his own political party. So there's a parallel there, and that I think we need more people like that who are saying, you know what? Yeah, I know that place is rosy, but guess what? I'd rather go with the people who are down, and with them, power lies. So that's where I stand.
You had a question. I saw you raising your hand. You had a question.
Yeah. Not for you, Olumide, but of counter, not counter. First of all, I want to thank Equity, Fairness, and Justice. That person been throwing some. I don't know. It's as if our minds are aligned. Been throwing some.
Sorry, Pereira, can you help me call out crushing you? If you have
no, we're not going to do that, Olumide. We're not going to get distraction. No, we're not doing personality thing. No, I won't call them out. They're free to express their mind. No. We're not getting into rougher fight. No.
I agree, Pereira. I'm just saying that if he has a
just keep it to yourself. No, let me praise this person first. And with regard to what they're saying.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Equity, Fairness, and Justice. Thank you very much. You've been throwing out a lot of very positive and progressive position. When Wale threw out the issue of the cake and the children, you follow up with this. And it connects with what Olumide and Ovie are saying. The problem is not the problem, but our elite, the political elite. Look at what Equity, Fairness, and Justice wrote. That positive peer pressure is what is lacking among the elite. They are all alike. That's why they're jumping from one party to another. That's why Obasanjo is now, after supporting Obi, is now wearing this. You see, they are all alike. They are
Sorry to
overspending.
jump in. Sorry to jump in. Sorry to jump in.
Let me
Sorry to
finish.
jump in.
Ovie, one moment.
Let me finish, guys. Please don't interrupt, please, guys.
I'm sorry, Ovie, Pereira.
Let me finish.
Perhaps one thing.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Olumide, please. You said they are all alike, overspending thieves that constantly need to keep stealing. Equity, fairness. I wish you could come on this panel, man. You're just throwing it out there. Okay, 1 minute for Olumide, 1 minute for Ovie, and then we go to
Ovie,
right,
Pereira, fellow panelists. I think the one thing we are also missing is the fact that, see, even the very elite that we are depending on to come out and take the forefront, they don't have the guts, or they
That's
are
what
also
this person is saying.
Or they are also in cahoots.
They are the same
with the system.
They are the same.
So the very people who want change and have formed the vehicle for change, we may not belong to his political party, but he does want change, and he has chosen the right path. Sure, as a political
Some people
vehicle.
will disagree with you because sometimes change requires more strategic thinking than what Sowore is doing. But let's agree to disagree on that one.
No.
Ovie, your 1 minute. Olumide, you've had yours. Ovie, your 1 minute, please, before I go to
he has taken a
Olumide,
step.
No. You've had yours.
Okay.
Ovie, 1 minute, quickly, before I go to
I think I can't agree more with equity, fairness, and justice when it's even though there's nothing like equity, fairness, and justice, but I agree with him that passive peer pressure is what it's like. And the sole reason is because their whole source of survival is based on one thing.
The government. The government.
Leave government affairs. Everybody is tied to that. There is no competition that is coming from anybody. No, wait. Let me give you a reason on that. All the changes, let's use the American Civil War, for example. It is because the wealth that is constituted in the Western Africa is just too much. But as soon as the people from the North begin to generate billionaires from industries and all that, that's where that competition comes. So there's no competition. Unlike back in the regional government of those days, Cocoa people, they don't send you where they farm for North with your guy. Those was no, so that competition is there. But this one, make them local head that go say everybody, even pastor said go be, you don't let us scatter.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ovie. Now I'm going to go to Righteous Man. Thank you, Ovie, for that submission. I appreciate you. Righteous Man, your turn, please. Thank you.
Can you go back to the questions you asked?
Question again. I will do that. I want to post the link for those who want to join us while I'm going back to the question. Control V. Okay. The question again was that based on those 4 categories that are highlighted by Shipola, one, hold on, I'm coming to the question. Based on those 4 categories, groups, as a Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself as, if any? And what group will you put your political idol, if you have any? Again, what is your political opponent? What group out of these 4 do they belong? And lastly, all those that participate in Nigerian political parties, APC, PDP, LP, how would you group them into these 4 categories? Do you group them as intelligent, stupid, helpless, or criminals? So that's the question, Righteous Man.
Okay, Olumide, are you the one that sketched this structure?
Which structure? It's me.
The group, you.
Oh, no. It's a professor, somebody called Professor Sipola. I don't know him in details, but he did his analysis about human beings and their interaction with themselves and their environment. And he came up with 4 groups based on benefits and loss they cause each other.
Okay, why I asked that question is...
Go ahead.
Why I asked the question... Yeah, why I asked the question is simple. That sketch can only function in an organized society. That is the only way you'll be able to categorize individuals, groups, or what have you.
Yeah,
But
I don't mean to cut you off, Roger. I'm saying that in organized society, the reason they are moving forward is that their intelligent people are able to harness the helpless people and then convert the stupid people so that their criminal element don't have an upper hand. But in our own society, the criminal elements are in cahoots with the stupid people. Therefore, the helpless people and the intelligent people are the ones now suffering it. So they have this group in every society, not just us. It's just how they relate with each other is what produces outcome. Go ahead, righteous man.
Yeah, what you define as intelligent people is subjective.
That's okay. True.
Yeah, and it makes the question you ask to be somehow technical.
Okay.
But I will submit to say I have an idol, not because he's my tribal man,
okay,
not because he fought for his people. He's my idol because I have read his books, I've read history about him, and I've been able to sit down to kind of align him with the Nigerians of today, that by divine intervention, they find themselves in one Western country or the other, and they are doing well. And because of the situation of things in Nigeria, they wouldn't want to come back. Now, this is a man that the father was the first African billionaire. This is a man that was one of the first privileged Africans to go to Oxford University. This is a man that had everything going well for him. He needed not to go into the military to become a military personnel, but he had a vision, and that vision was to liberate the black man from colonization. The love you guys that are in the Western world, the love in your heart today is what is making some of you to come out to make such submissions you're making. For example, Lamide, if you're not thinking well for the black man and for Nigeria, I don't think you will take your time to sketch, even if you are the one coordinating this program today. You won't take your time to go academica in the aspect you have gone so far. Now, it is that love that is propelling you to do what you are doing. Now, my idol, the man I recognize as my hero is late Chief Chukwuemeka Ojukwu. I've listed the reason. Now, if you go back, I watched recently the Aburi Accord, because I'm trying to look at where he went, where he made mistake. What was his vision? What was he aiming at? Why Biafran war? Why the civil war? It took me back to watch a documentary. That documentary was anchored by a young man, you know, giving the historical facts of the pre-war time and post-war time in Nigeria. And I discovered that actually it wasn't that Ojukwu wanted to separate from Nigeria, but Ojukwu wanted a state, an organized state that will function, that will become an example, a nation, a functioning nation to other African countries. And those who felt that it is going to reduce the power that at the center is having, gave the man at the center, that is General Gowon, they gave him a bad advice in cahoots with the British government to reject the Aburi Accord that was already agreed upon, and all of them returned back to Nigeria being happy. If that Aburi Accord was implemented, because the aim was not disintegration, the aim is to have a confederacy that we develop according to what each of the region or the confederate unit are able to, put in place. But when advice was given to go on, he relented on what he had already agreed upon. And then he was advised to balkanize the eastern region. That balkanization of the eastern region led to balkanization of other regions in Nigeria. But the aim of that balkanization was to reduce the strength of the Igbos economically, numerically, and politically, to make them a minority tribe in Nigeria. And that aim now defeated the dream of building a united Nigeria. Now I want to cite an example. In that 3 years war, the Igbos were able to manufacture Ogbunigwe. And after the war, instead of the Nigerian state to integrate the scientists that manufactured that Ogbunigwe and make Nigeria an arm-producing country, they allowed those people to West, and most of them, let me say 98% of them must have died. And today, we're going to Pakistan, to India, to Iran, to go and buy our weapons, to Turkey. When this Eastern region produced that Ogbunigwe, mass destructive weapon, these countries I mentioned now were not even producing mass destruction weapon as they have today. But they refuse to improve on it. So the Nigerian state is a state that have no direction, no destination. When you are fortunate, you join the clique, the syndicate that captured the Nigerian state. You loot, you make your money, you live in affluence, you travel abroad, you buy houses in abroad, your children and your wives and concubines goes there, you have party, the armies and the police will watch over you and secure your environment. And then when you die, you are given a state burial. So we are a nation that have no destination. We are like a train that is on motion, but we have no final destination. And that is what is happening. And it will be very difficult for me to categorize myself to belong to a group in a nation that have no dream, no vision. We don't know where we're going to. So I would just want to end it that Nigeria needs a total surgical operation. And that surgical operation will come as a result of revolution. It could be a political revolution which the obedient group was aiming at achieving, but the INEC deprived us that revolution. Outside it, I don't think we have a destiny. Thank you
very much, righteous man. The last person that will talk on this topic is Mr. John. But Mr. John, before you go on that, I wanted to prep us for our next discussion. It's about the way we consume information in Nigeria. I am of the view that there are some certain type of information that should not be in the public view. Some people should not be allowed to hold the microphone. I will play you an Arise video clip. You would have your comment on it, and then we will say, should we allow all form of negative, well, don't say negative, sedative conversations in our community that is continually perpetrating our problem? The movies and entertainment we watch, are they contributing to our problem? But that's the next one. But let Mr. John answer the last question, and then we'll get on that one. You'll be the last one for that one. Thank you, John. You got the question right? I don't need to repeat it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, it's a kind of complex question because there are more than 4 groups from the top of my head, right? They have the courageous people and the cowardly driven people, right? So, but to make it easy, we have to go with the 4, right? So, where I belong to, I will say I belong to all categories, right? both the criminal, both the stupid, both the intelligent, as the fourth one, right? And the reason is we first need to understand how we define stupidity, intelligence, and other categories, right? For me, a stupid person is a person who doesn't make value or use of his resources and time. An intelligent person make the best use or efficient use of his time and resources, right? Same thing with the criminal and the I keep on forgetting the fourth one. You called the fourth one um okay, but you know the fourth one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But the bigger question I'm going to ask is every Nigerian belongs to several groups, right? But the bigger problem is the system is being designed. Now, when you look at countries that are working, right, that we have the same quadrant of problems, right, of people, right, you will notice that that system was drawn or designed by the intelligent people. When you have a system designed by either the criminals or the stupid people, then that is a mega problem. And that's the kind of problem we are facing in Nigeria, where the pilot of the plane is the stupid he has more stupid tendency compared to a system that is functional, right? And the when the intelligent folks design a functional system, right? Um, the system tends to get the best out of every categories of people because the intelligent folks know that the criminals will still be in the system. You can't take them away, right? But you're going to design a system that will discourage criminality. This is where justice and equity comes in place. A functional system will discourage criminality, but a dysfunctional system like Nigeria encourages criminality. You can see that from the way we conduct elections, the way we bribe our way to pass examinations. That was the point we got it wrong as a nation, right? When I needed my son to pass, I'm just going to the old school way, right? I know my child is not as intelligent. Instead of me to encourage my child to study more or work harder, I will meet the teacher and say, Teacher, help me, let my son pass. And I will bribe the teacher. That was the point we started to destroy our country because the sad reality is those children that we pushed them to let them just climb the ladder are the ones ruling us today. So when it comes to the political leaders, right, the elites, I don't have anyone. I've not seen anyone Nigeria has produced so far, right? I'm going to place them in the they are more like criminals because they just want to like exploit the system and exploit the people, right? A true system would advocate for fairness, equity, justice, and equality. The true system would allow us make use of our resources. Unfortunately, our system is being designed. We've always allowed a foreign person to design our system, and it will never work. Because what are we expecting? The person who designed the system would not design it to compete with his own system. This is the reason why Black people have to design their own system that works for them. If this current democracy we are practicing is not functional for us or it's not working, right? Then we design something that works for us, that is natural. I've seen videos where somebody will carry broom, they use it to detect thief. I don't know how true that is. But if that's the system we feel works for us, I would rather we go back to those systems that works for us than to use artificial systems that are not working for us. So like I said, this is a very important point. It's not as easy as just placing yourself and say, I belong to this system. But the tendency, or from my experience, we all belong to certain areas of the puzzle, of the charts, based on certain areas, certain things we do in life. That sometimes we make stupid decisions, right? It doesn't really mean you're a stupid person. right? But it's just that that stupidity will always have or a price or a consequence. So I think, yeah.
That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. John. You really made a very intelligent submission, and I thank you for that. That was very good. Okay, I want to go on to the next one. The next one is about the type of information within our Nigerian sphere that we consume. I'm not talking about just the news. I'm talking about our entertainment, music, our Nollywood, the plays, the rights. Does it reinforce our criminal situation, or does it change it? I have two videos I want to show you. One is if that of the video wedding thing, and that's been all over the news. And then another one is one of an APC chieftain, talking about the positive results of their government. So I want us to review the type of information we consume. I used to have a lecturer, Dr. Lawal, who used to say, "You are what you eat." That means if you eat meat, you'll be meat. If you eat vegetable, you'll be vegetable. The same thing with information. Are we what we consume, informational wise? Is that what has turned us to be like this? But first, let me go to those videos and play a little of them, and then we will take it from there. Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. Hold on, I'm not getting the voice out.
Be back here. Good to have you back. And we're starting today on a very happy note. Let's begin what's trending with the biggest story in Nigeria. And of course, that's the wedding of Nigerian musician David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, who tied the knot with his longtime partner Chioma Rowland, fondly known as Chef Chi, in a grand ceremony in Lagos on Tuesday. The creme de la creme of Nigerian society gathered at Harbour Point in Victoria Island to witness the union of the beloved couple. The star-studded event boasted an impressive guest list, including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, and several state governors, senators, and celebrities. The hashtag Chivido 2024 took social media by storm, captivating fans worldwide. Let's take a look. I mean, what a truly amazing event. I was so excited seeing the acts there. Olamide was there. I saw Nato C there. We also had the creme de la creme. I think it's so beautiful to see such a display of love. Particularly, you can tell his family was welcoming his bride in. Chioma, you could tell that she is a member of their family, the Adeleke family. I think it's lovely to see them happy. They are a couple that has been through a lot, particularly in the public eye. But I think yesterday's event was absolutely wonderful and lavish. And that she is receiving a new car, I'm sure, with a lot of gifts. I'm sure they got a lot of gifts yesterday. What do you think?
President Olusegun Obasanjo was there, former governor of Akwa Ibom State. I just saw him there as well. Also, we saw Sheyi Tinubu, the first son of Nigeria. So, I mean, star-studded and so congratulations, Chibido 2024. I have to say that everyone loves a beautiful love story, and obviously there are mixed reactions, but I'll concentrate on the positive people on social media. Definitely perhaps one of the number one trending topic yesterday.
Definitely.
Even if you didn't want to attend as an online guest, you were flooded by pictures if you visited social media. So you just had to be a part of that ceremony. Davido, Grammy Award nominated, so he had to do it big, he had to do it large. And then he comes from a big family of superstars. His uncle is the governor of Osun State, Governor Adeleke, and it was beautiful to see both of them just connect. People were saying, this is the real father of the video.
Yes, they vibe together so well. So well. Definitely.
I commented to someone yesterday about family values. I just really enjoy watching the Adelekes and the way that, at least to us in the public eye, their family dynamics works.
Yes.
I love how they seem to be respectful, honoring, and pushing one another, supportive of one another. We saw that clear with from B-Red to Nico's leaving. All of them turned out and were really, really supportive of Davido. Now, Chioma was a resplendent bride. And by the way, it was the FAR events. Funke Bokno Bruce is the FAR events that produced this event. And it was, the beautiful outfits and the culture on display.
Definitely.
The wedding industry in Nigeria has gone beyond celebrations. It's also an opportunity for talents to be showcased, not just to the Nigerian audience, but to the African and international audience. Tubu Bereni did a lot of her outfits. Kuto Tabik as well did her first, this red one that she's wearing here. Ugomoye did Davido's outfits. It's an opportunity because if you look at or listen to other parts of Africa, how they watch our weddings.
Yes, even the makeup, Banks
fantastic work. So an opportunity for a showcase of vendors, not just for the bride herself or the groom, but also for her wedding guests as well. So all in all, I know a lot of people smile to the bank in terms of probably making the food, the decor.
I know Kewa's Kitchen did a lot of the food.
Lagos was also part of the, did the dessert. So it was a creme de la creme of the event industry.
Definitely.
And they put a great show. I wish them all the best. I hope that, all the things they face in the public eye, it's now time for marriage. They say wedding is one day. The marriage itself is the real work. But beautiful show and display on there. Congratulations to the Adeleke and Roland family.
Definitely. Rufai, are you one of the online in-laws of Davido?
Yes. I'm so happy, because he's been through a lot. We don't want to rehash the very sad memories, but he's been through a lot, and it's not also easy when you're in the public eye, So he's had to learn, he's had to grow, he's had to go through a lot. There's no one size fits all of how you'll be a judge of the public eye.
Definitely.
Some people love you, some people hate you. It's just incumbent on you to keep doing what you are doing, and that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alaba, are you hating? Are you hating on that? Why?
Yeah, I want to stop it. Yeah. Okay. Before I go on, the topic is the things we view as entertainment. Is it contributing to our problem? I've got another video regarding the things we view. That one is from a APC chieftain making comment about how the government has progressed. I want you to view that too, along with this the video wedding thing, and I've answered the question: are these things contributing? Who is that? Mary background noise. So I want to read Equity and Fairness Justice. This man is becoming very radical, man, and I like his views. He said, when I saw this headline that Arise covered this, I just shook my head. I refuse to watch the waste of resources amidst extreme suffering. Arise is not a very serious platform. Really? That's interesting. So our movies, our Nollywood movies, do they reinforce the big man concept, big manism concept, the haves and the have-nots? Does it perpetrate our problem? Before we start answering that, let's look at this second video of this man. That's a Tinubu supporter coming to talk on Arise, and we'll play a few minutes of him, and then we'll start talking after that. Okay, let me add that to the screen. Yeah. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Share.
He said that his renewed hope policies have been, they seem to be hitting the right mark, hitting the right spot. But would you say that you envisioned a Nigeria where we have high inflation rates, higher than when he came into office? The value of the naira in terms of the exchange rate in disarray since he came into office, and a few other policies, the removal of fuel subsidy and the attendant effect on Nigerians since he came into office. In fact, I believe it was a former chieftain of the APC who had said that the only way that he would win an election in 2027 would be if he rigged the election. What's your take on this, on these things before we look ahead to 2027?
Okay, so let's get something very simple straight here. President Tinubu did Nigerians a favor by telling Nigerians the truth that there is not going to be more subsidy. But who removed subsidy? It was President Buhari. I mean, respectfully, an elder statesman, but I think he did not do the country well. My question is, 2 years to his second tenure, why didn't he remove the subsidy? Because there was no budget. Okay, there was no budget. There was no money meant for subsidy. So we get this thing wrong. When President came in and said no more subsidy, he was telling us the truth. He told us, he did us a favor so that we don't have high expectation. There was no money for it. So when we say that, so look, the president, okay, is giving his best, looking at what the former president left behind. And I look at this being mean because I feel that the former administration did not look into this very well. I want to be careful the way I use my words because President Buhari is a very respectful person. But I want to say the truth. He didn't mean well for the country, because you see, a new president is coming in. Things were so very bad. The economy had crumbled. Let's say the truth. Why didn't he prepare the country, provide things that could give succor, could make life easy for the common people before not budgeting for subsidy? That's one. So I want to correct that impression. And talking about the currency, talking about inflation, all of that. I mean, the President Buhari's tenure, the country we were under recession every day, every week. So you have a president has come in with a country that was shattered and broken, night and day, doing his best to be able to put it together.
Okay.
And let's not forget.
Okay, Mr. Teso.
Thank you.
Let's set the facts straight because the public television and the facts reign supreme. Mr. Teso, the first statement you made that was not correct. Very well. God bless you. That was factually incorrect. You said when the president came in, there was no budget for subsidy. That's not true. According to the 19th of August 2022, FG said they were to end subsidy at the end of June 2023. The president came in May 29th. There was still about a month more based on the budget for subsidy. Secondly, you said under Buhari's regime, we had a recession every week. That's not also factually incorrect. We had recessions, yes, but it was not every week. Thirdly, I'd like to ask, do we still have...
I exaggerated that.
No, okay, good, you clarified that was an exaggeration.
Don't do now.
President Tinubu said he had pulled out subsidy, but as we speak today, we're still paying subsidy. Because when you look at the prevailing price on the West African coast, it's over 1,000 for a liter of petrol, and we're still paying about 700. Recently, the government released a document called the Reset Document, where they put in themselves that over 5 trillion was a mark for subsidy payments. But they had to withdraw that document, but subsidy payment is still been going on. Many government parasites, the Minister of Finance recently was asked about subsidy payment. He tried to wriggle his way around it. At a ministerial program, the Minister of Oil and Gas did say, officially, we are paying subsidy. So subsidy is still being paid. As we speak today, what has President Tinubu given Nigerians as regards this is renewed hope campaign? He has added 11% inflation to our country as we speak today. Inflation is at an all-time high. Can you respond to all of those things?
Oh, yeah, sure. He has given a lot to us. Look, I can tell you that the level of insecurity has reduced drastically because of the rusty house we had before he came in as president. You might or we might not see the effects immediately, but trust me, he's doing a lot, and a lot has been done. So let me give an example. There was an incident recently in Abuja where a brigadier general was killed, and kudos to the CP FCT. Within 2 days, those bad people were caught. Okay, I do not want to, and the president is not living in denial that things are difficult. Yes, things are. Okay, there are challenges. But the question is this, is he trying his best? Is he doing his best? Is he giving his best? Yes. We might not see, we might not see the effect immediately, okay, but things are being done. And then this brings me back to if someone tells me that Gary is so expensive, yes, yam is expensive, cooking material, I mean, foods is expensive. What are the governors doing?
I just wanted to talk. Only talk and say you should not eat everything. Why you can't?
I just wanted to touch on that small. Say, okay, I'm talking about the type of information we consume. First was that Davido wedding, and then a guy like this on national TV, and I'm like, our Nollywood movies. Do all these things contribute to our demise or detriment or whatever word? That's the question. So you all have time.
I think. Can you hear me?
I'm listening, yeah. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ovie, go on. I can't hear you, Ovie. Okay,
I say now you be like it's not. I know how do I pray? First of all, yeah, I don't know why you are hating on the video. Me, self, I do the same thing. I do my community donation. I do my own wedding. I should do the same party there. So I can't hate. See, I'll go with. I go with. I hope you get my point. I go with what's the Nerufai. Well, allow the poor boy. I've been through a lot. Okay, been through a lot. Let him live his life. I don't have anything against the video wedding. It's now billionaire. If he's making money from us alone with the news and that's a different case. This guy is from money. It is rich living their life. But most importantly, and this is where I want to start from. The first letter you read, Lugard.
Yes. Yeah. Lugard.
And the second one you read, and the second one.
Yes.
So can you see it now? Yeah.
It's like words and opposite.
So can you see everything at play at the same time?
Yeah.
Right? So that's why I tell you, it's not about argument. It's there. It's right there. Either we good, we no good, or we they see. So it is it's funny. It's funny when Una dey see am for una face just because na Lugard na describe una say no be true. This is exactly in display. But I think you are trying to blame the other man that come to talk. Why do you blame him? You ask a question. You ask a question. The information we consume. So what is at center stage here is the entity called Arise, the likes of Rufai. Now them say after 1 year, and that subsidy no deal. Nigerians have feel the impact. Una see come, you see it, you wake up, mature man, wake up, wear 3-piece suits, consider like so. You don't go blame him. He's doing what he knows to do best. But the most important thing, who owns that platform? That's the platform I'm talking about, right? Who owns the platform? What is the difference between the current man in power and the guy who owns the platform? So whatever they display to us is oscillating trickling down. But most importantly, we don't control who we be. Americans don't control the information they consume. Who you be? How you want to control the information you hear? If you go church, they go tell you say Jesus Christ is the patient, God go do it for you. You go your office, your guy they tell you they you need to step up or go for like so. What do you mean you control the information you hear? No, it's a system. That's why when I talk, when people don't say, "Oh, we are the most educated," who is telling us that in the first place? Who is telling us? So yes, we are not in control. We are not incapable. We can't afford to control the information that we consume. We cannot afford it. It is expensive. You live in America. If you want to control the information that you cannot afford it. Plain truth, you can't. If you really want to, if you cannot afford something, if you are not in control of the information in a way, no, we are not there. We can't. We cannot. We can't. We don't have one. As I said, we cannot afford it. It's not in a. It's ridiculous that we are having. But Davido is not the issue here. Davido, they live his best life. I will do the same thing. You will do the same thing, right? How do you expect him to live? Now you will decide to consume that because you talk about from the beginning. What you eat.
What about our Nollywood movies? Do they confirm slave master relationship?
It's all the same now. As I say, I talk about information. It's not part of your channel. That's why I use church as example. Every form of information, they are not now. Who provides the money? So it is not even the music that we consume today. If you sit down with an elderly person, we talk say we are the most unfortunate generation when it comes to music. So we don't control the music we hear today. The Burna Boy, the Davido, they are gone. Even them said they don't control what they put out. So no, as I said, forget Nollywood. They are not in a position. It's not. It is sad. Nah. So it's supposed to be.
So
it's just that we are deceiving ourselves.
We are deceiving ourselves.
There's I should say, if I want to go with the analogy that Chipole put, right? Among all these groups that they put forward, one is at working one. That's pretty much what it is. That's why I said, if you come to a Nigerian level, whether you hate the political class, you like it or not, there's one thing they know how to do best. They know how to come around for that goal. They will make sacrifice. They go out there, whatever, but they don't. It doesn't matter where you come from at that point. Because guess what? It's better make I get small than make I don't get anything at all. So we have to learn that from them. The guy with the shout Biafra, the guy with the shout Dudu, whatever, we agree. But let's for us to get there, for you to get your freedom, that is the talk. We need to take that talk. So that now there we need to. So who is at working who? And as far as I'm concerned, the Gen Z, they have nothing to lose. They have proved their worth. We now will be the top life generation. We know how to flex. We know how to enjoy, even in the midst of nothing. Those that came before us gave us the democracy they are seeing now. The Tunubus, we feel them, we like them. They focus on one thing. They needed the change of power from military to civilian, and they did everything they could within. They were assassinated. They were run. They ran out to everything. I mean, the story is unfolding now in Bola Tinubu presidency. Right? You cannot hate those generations. You feel no matter how you want to see them, they are reaping what they say they work for. So in 20 years from now, 40 years from now, if the Gen Z enter power, they begin to agree, say, we fought the dead, we this is what we did. We deserve to be here. You will not actually do. Everybody's doing this part, but our own we the middle, What is our sacrifice? What is our bragging rights? You understand? Now chop life, we just the chop life. We the job, we just the live life. So it's everything that we've been talking so far is in between that first letter you read about Lugard and the other one you read from LinkedIn. It's right there. So I don't feel the video and Choma. I mean, I'm with them. As I said, I use community contribution to do my own small wedding too. But you know, here about time because guess what? I don't have what it takes to put it on channels. Channels don't care about ordinary people like me. you see, I said, it will fast start. He has been through a lot. He's been through a lot. Which one has he been through? What did he been through? Poverty in Nigeria, they go to that in the middle of subsidies. Imagine, they're arguing about subsidy, the interest of subsidy. He was so passionate about it. But he said, baby, don't leave him. He enjoy. I agree with him. Leave that young man. He's a hard-working man. he deserves to shut everywhere down. He deserves him. So
I'm on mute. Sorry.
Now they arise. They arise. They are problem, not this.
There are some poisonous food that we consume every day that is desensitizing our people and just perpetrating the problem.
Yeah,
basically.
Yes.
Olumide, are you there to go on?
Even within themselves, they don't trust that medium of information. That's why Bola Tinubu decided to build his own. He understands the power of the medium of information. The guy he understand. He go build his own. When the election call, they call. I know they come on their own. You understand? That is because he can afford. So when are we going to build our own platform, right? It doesn't have to be news or all this, but it's very important. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example, right?
Yeah.
He has a medium. That's the power of who controls the information that you consume. So Tinubu understand that, he make it work for him. So in that level, if we actually believe that we can do that, it's possible.
It's
so
before I go on to John, Mr. John. Olumide, I don't see you. So, Mr. John, so what do you have to say? Information we consume, is it adding to our problem? You saw the Davido wedding, nice, it glorifies us. Then you saw it also shows our negative spending. You saw the other man that was, I don't even know what to call that man, that you all guys felt torture just hearing him talk.
Yeah.
So, and then our Nollywood, does those things compound our problem, or are they helping us? So that's my question.
I agree 100% with Ovie. And you see, the media affects every one of us because information is very important. And this brain that God gave us, right, is very important. We absorb vital information, right? Because when we absorb vital information, right, it's going to unlock our creativity and our innovative spirit, right? I will use Nollywood as an example, and I'll compare it with Hollywood, or maybe use a country like China, right? If you look the content in Nollywood versus the content you can watch in Chinese movies or American movies, right? You will notice one key ingredient. In Nollywood, if I have a problem, if I'm facing any problem in life, all I need to do is I need to look for a pastor. They will pray that spirit. When they pray, you will see one bulb will leave my head, piang, and the solution, the problem has gone away. But when you watch an American movie, although they have various type of American movies, but there are some movies like I can recommend, maybe Gifted Hands, right? It's about Ben Carson.
Mm-hmm.
So he was struggling in school, right? And he had that moment where, like, he started going to the library, reading. He became a world-class doctor, or surgeon. When you watch movies like that, right, it can act like a reference point to unlock your own creativity. But when the kind of media that's coming out from our airspace, from Nigeria, is, you see, that spiritual, it's It's mostly spiritual. Everything is spiritual problem. You have spiritual problem. The people absorbing that information will always think the solution to their problems would always be spiritual, when the solution to the problem could be creativity, because creativity solves problems. That's the reason why God blessed us with that. If we are not using our creativity to solve our problems, they will always be there and they will get worse. So, God blessed us with that. If we are not using oops. Oh, so for Davido's wedding, well, I wish him a successful and blessed marriage. He's a celebrity. If Taylor Swift was having such a wedding, right, you expect fans to be there. But it's more about the priority of our,
Holy
what do we
shit.
prioritize as a people, right? Um, do we prioritize knowledge? Do we value things like that? That shows you where we are as a people. And that's why when it brings us back to that question, when you said intelligence, right? Intelligence is it varies. What's the point of intelligence if we are not using it? So our media, when they change the kind of content they air out, it's going to make a massive change. But the oppressors won't let that happen. Notice when we had Fela, the kind of songs that were coming out from Fela, it was always criticizing the government. Now notice the kind of songs we sing today from our Nigerian musicians. They don't criticize the government. They just sing about getting money, sparing it in the club, and it's reflecting. That's how the youth want to live. They feel success is when I can go to the club and I spray money. That makes me successful. But an intelligent person can say, no, success is when I can build something like maybe Twitter that makes an impact to people's lives. So this is my 10 cents. Yeah. Hello?
Hello, Wale. Okay, I don't know if Olumide is there, but let's go with you, Wale. What we consume information wise, I mean, I just showed you the video wedding, and then I showed the torture of a man speaking, and everybody on their leave. Can you please stop this video?
Okay.
And our Nollywood. So, what's your view? Are they contributing to our demise, our detriment, our problem, our situation? What's your view?
Okay, like my previous speaker said, when you look at that country and you see the kind of people that will come on air and spook something that, you just like, really? Like, I mean, you can tell when they speak. Like, in a country where you are not blind, you can see a lot of people suffering. And you haven't even, I mean, you are supporting a man who hasn't even done half of his tenure. Now you are thinking of 2027. What benefit? What is one thing that the government that see? Sometimes when I look at that country, my conclusion would be you're trying to save a slave, and the slave doesn't even believe that they're slaves, or they don't even believe they are suffering. So what are you going to tell them that, hey guys, you are suffering, but they don't believe that they are suffering. So they look at you like, okay, if you think we are suffering, you give us whatever you have, and you keep giving and giving and giving, and they never make anything out of it. And then you have people like that man that came on Arise TV to spook all sort of lies and something that doesn't even make sense, and they blow grammar. And you look at, okay, would my grandmother, who cannot even speak English, come on here without consulting her brain, think first, open her eyes and see what is going on before opening her mouth to say things like that? Then we
Wale,
have.
do you think the media has a responsibility to censor him, or they should just let him speak?
In a way, I'll look at it in two ways. The medias are there to make their money, to fuel, to buy petrol or diesel into their generator. They have to bring someone else into the air. But it's up to you. Like, say, for example, now, if they invite someone like me to come and talk, to come and say something, Is it that I refuse, or I go there with my brain, or I look at what I'm going to say? But the problem is, he is not the first person. Have we not heard about Asha you, Asha you, Asha you? What did they get from that Asha you? When they may feel it, they lock all the cash machine and they can't get money, their own money from the bank. What do they do? So then you look at the people in this situation and be like, what they're supposed to fight for? They will just give them some kind of propaganda and they will talk and talk about it. The next week, they will give them something else. They will move on. What has happened to Bettergate? What has happened to Yaya Bello? What has happened to the national anthem? See, these people, they just move on as if nothing happened.
Wale, what about our Nollywood?
Okay, the Nollywood.
The contribution.
Nollywood, in terms of culture, I would say maybe they are trying, but when it comes to innovation and moving forward and what could be the solution to the country's problem.
Yeah. You think they are constrained by law, or it's just a lack of talent in production?
It's marketing. It's if you say, for example, I don't know if you watch this man TK Tunde Kelani's Shaworoiden and Agogo that kind of movie.
Yes,
you will see what is happening now. But how many people do you think will watch that kind of movie when they are not showing bomb, they are not showing nakedness, they are not, drinking and say, oh, you have to get more money? People wouldn't, when it comes to marketing, you want to make a movie that you'll be able to recap your money from it, but what sense is it giving the community? That's why you wouldn't see someone like TK making movie like Pure Water. They will come up with something. They are not. When you look at the man, he's not. He will wear his dashiki kind of clothes and his cap. He's not into affluent. He's thinking of what he can bring. That movie Shaworoide or Agogo, I think it's been more than 20 years. Is it not fitting into the Nigerian system now? Those are the kind of things. But how many of them do we have? They are producing movies just like Pure Water that doesn't even make sense. Maybe because they want to buy G-Wagon, they want to be on the red carpet, all those sort of nonsense. So from marketing point of view, you wouldn't blame them because everybody is just looking for money to be rich. And when you look at our religious sectors as well, everybody is just making, come and pay money, let me be rich, I can buy private jet. So the people themselves, they are not ready to be liberated. That is my problem. If I think someone said, I can't remember it, like I rescued 100 slaves. I would have rescued more if only they know that they are slaves.
Okay.
But people who don't even know. If you go to Nigeria, okay, you see that wedding, everybody just flow there. Even the people that have to go and borrow money to buy or rent a car to go there, simply because they just want to show that they're there. Look at how many people. Are you trying to tell me that those people, when they drive past the road to that venue, they didn't see a lack of infrastructure? They didn't see people who are suffering. I'm sure maybe a mile or 500 meters away from that venue, you will see a lot of beggars. If you have been to Nigerian party, before the venue, you will see a lot of people that are begging. Maybe the security guy just blocked them from infiltrating into that venue. Are they not seeing that? How many parties have you come to in developed country and you see someone begging you for food? For food.
Yeah,
I'm not talking of the
it is sad. Thank you, Wale.
Let me ask one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those people waiting for those wedding, like let's say they are celebrating and all that. The question, waiting there they think, right? Maybe waiting me and you and Wale they think. Waiting there they think is that this is Davido. Davido is a trend maker. Davido has what? How many million followers, right?
Yeah.
So they will calculate Nigeria standard now. By the time I spend maybe 2 million, right? I will able to get it. If I'm lucky enough, I'll be so close to Davido that if I will fit into the trend, at least from there about what 20, 30, 40 million people will see me, right? This is how they think. So the idea is one person they suffer whatever, man, no, that's not your problem. How am I going to go viral, right? How did the whole world get to see me say I did this? Because of course we are talking about it. It's still trending. It's going to be trending for another couple of weeks. So that's the world we are in today. It's not about.
Thank you,
But that
Ovie.
man, go ahead.
Before I go to Olumide, one man went to Mo. Can you put on your camera? And then I only have Olumide and one man to Mo on this topic before I go to my next topic, which is about the rapid development of China within the last 40 years. The video is actually long, but I'm going to find a way to cut it into tiny little pieces so that I don't bore people. How they were innovative in utilizing education, number one, education, then regionalization. I'm using regionalization because even though China is communist, from that video, they were able to put power in the local setting. And then that was what resulted in this mass economic progress that they have within the last 30 or 40 years. One was education. Second was the regionalization or localization. And the third one was implementation. So that's the next topic we're going on. But let's one man went to Mo and Olumide make their comment. Olumide is not on the screen, so I'm going to go straight to one man went to Mo on Nigeria consumption of information. That's what we are talking about. One man went to Mo. Do you think I showed two videos, one of the Vido's party and the other one of an APC man?
No. Don't worry about all that, Alaba.
Okay.
Are you attempting at an esoteric conversation? Is that what you're trying?
I don't know what esoteric means. My English is not that strong.
Esoteric. You don't know what esoteric means?
Yeah, can you tell me?
Okay, can I just show you something? Because
absolutely not. Can you tell me what esoteric is?
Esoteric.
Yeah. Just tell me, and then we move on.
You are attempting at a narrow niche conversation that doesn't quite seem to bite with.
That's your opinion, and you're very much entitled to it. Next.
Well, what do you mean next? Look,
I mean, what next you got on your criticism?
All I'm saying to you is that you need an infusion of there's a Seun Okinbaloye interview with Obono Obla. You know that is No. I don't consider him. So you want to talk about China and filial piety? Do you even know anything about
my next topic after
piety?
we conclude this one?
What does filial piety mean? Tell me, what does filial piety mean?
We got to stay on. You said I'm scripted.
No, hold on.
Person.
I'm asking you a question. Can I ask you a question?
The last time I hosted, you said I'm a scripted person. I like to stay on my script.
Yeah. So
I have a script for today. My last video will be the China one. And we are right now on.
Do you know what filial piety means?
Let me finish. I'll let you speak. Now we are on the type of information we consume, either from our Nollywood or from our media, as it contributed to the.
You want to talk about the video?
Nigeria is. If you don't feel like talking about it, we've had other interesting topics earlier.
Hold on.
About
Lugard. Allow a microsecond. Guy, settle down.
The interview you're talking about.
Sorry. Yeah. Is that not a more engaging thing than I'm asking you.
Hold on. You won't be the one to tell us what is engaging. You have your own.
Sorry.
If it's that engaging,
they need to know now.
You said it's engaging. If it's
that engaging, are you sermonizing or conversating?
I have a script and I have to stay by my script. I don't want you to
stick by your script. You said you're going to China, and I'm asking you if you know what filial piety means.
And I told you when I don't know people words, I need you to tell me. Because I don't want to be like Istoko Yibo passing.
Tell you what filial piety means.
Can you please tell me? We are wasting time.
Do you know who Confucius is? Do you know who Confucius is?
Are you an English teacher?
You know who Confucius is? You want to talk about China?
Yibo, where you talk, come on, man, no, if you understand.
You don't know who Confucius is. You don't know what filial piety means, and you want to talk about China.
Can you tell me, Mr. No?
I should tell you.
What we know is a drop. What we don't
all
know is
right.
an
Let
ocean.
me
Can
leave
you
it.
tell me?
I just thought maybe you wanted to pivot to something more engaging.
I
But
have a script. I'm following my
all right.
script.
Stick with your script. All right. Stick
Yeah,
with it.
if it's that important, take it up on your channel. Thank you. Can we go on, please? Olumide.
Yes, because that whole interview na propaganda, right?
I know.
Because
It's a
they're
distraction.
taking
They
us
do that
back
all
to
the
Buhari
time.
things. What's the difference between Buhari and these people? Are they not the same? So where did I mean na propaganda? So the whole interview na propaganda. I'm agree that I'm happy that he shut it down. That is what they want us to call on. How the Buhari group tasting money. No one help them tasting the money. Are you guys not feeling now? So we see that is all border to the information you are talking about. Exactly what you are talking about. We don't control what we hear. See, now they are trying to force us to talk about Buhari and the Teti. The same thing, how good luck Teti, how Obasanjo Teti. We go talk about that most, this and this will go finish. So propaganda. So it boils down to the center of what we are talking about. Do we control what we consume?
You know,
That
we
is
don't. Listen,
all bunker.
wait, look, that was a distraction. They want to change the
It is a
topic that I have
distraction.
scripted, and I'm not going to allow that. Let me tell you something about them. These people, I have them on my level 4. My level 4 says nowadays, this type of people don't defend what is right. They defend who they like or benefit from. They are smart, intelligent people, but only use their intelligence for negative against society, maybe for their own selfish interest or reason. Example is one man went to the moon and Kulata. To think that some are actually paid to explain and justify the evils that have overtaken this country called Nigeria, and that paid, supposedly educated, and fighting to preserve and promote Nigeria's sickening status quo. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. Let them go dying on that one. That's how I describe them. And they're not going to hijack my moderation today. They will not.
Sorry, I appreciate what you just talked to because now see the same thing with the poor people. Now you go on that podcast, they confess. What do you want us poor people to do? If not that Father, you like our misery, you just want to torture us. You are telling us they steal our money. Your people, they power. Go there and arrest them. We are powerless. But they just want to boo us. They tell us that Buhari will take it. No, what can we do about it?
If I have entertained that rubbish, that would have taken us off for another 2 or 3 hours, and we would be
That was the
attacking
goal of the whole interview. Yeah, that was the goal of the whole interview. Don't tell us, go and tell the security people. If you're so
We
sure
might
of what you
not
are
be
talking
much
about.
on this medium, but we are having intelligent, productive talk. And if that is making them sick, let them go to where they can be entertained. You understand? That's simple. Olumide, you'll be the last on this topic of information before we move on to the China issue. Olumide is not, can't hear me. Olumide, your turn.
Yes, Alaba.
Yeah, your turn on this issue of the type of information we consume. I showed the video, and I showed that man that was a torture to listen to. And then one man went to Mo, attempted to hijack my moderation. After that, my last topic would be on what we can learn from China to develop our country. So go ahead, Olumide, your comment on the Davido and the Nollywood and everything we consume as information. Thank you. And if anybody wants to, after Olumide, if you have any other additional to say before we move on, just
please
feel free.
be careful before they send you to hell.
You say what? What did you say, Wale?
I say be careful before they tell you to go to hell.
I know. I'm building a lot of enemies because I'm trying to toe the right road. They can't succeed.
So with regards to Davido issue, I mean, I want to extend my own congratulations to him on his wedding with the love of his life, and that's all I can say. And whatever he has done, or whatever amount of money he has spent, as some people are alluding to, is his money. I mean, the money that he made through his vocation that he does for a living. So I don't have anything against it. So Nollywood, see, I don't have anything with people consuming Nollywood or people watching it, and I mean, they've made a success of the industry. I think that every other institution in Nigeria should take a cue from Nollywood. Seriously, I'm serious. Nollywood as an institution, the music industry as an institution, they've been able to assert themselves independently. They're self-regulating. They set their own standard, and they've been able to sell what they make, and been able to make. So for me, I think they've done a good job for themselves. And when I say that every other institution, I'm talking about I'm talking about the health industry. I'm talking about the law enforcement agents, institutions in Nigeria. I'm talking about government agencies, the ministries, departments, and every other institutions that should work for the people. Take a cue from Nollywood. They've shown themselves to be competent. You understand? They've been able to use their talent to that potential that they've been able to make a living from it without stealing from one another, without, they've been able to package themselves and sell it and make money from it. You understand? They've built integrity for themselves. That is what every other institution should be doing. You understand? Every government agency, as the police agency, as the military, you should protect the people. You should show yourself competent. Don't wait for the commander-in-chief to give you orders before you do the right thing that the law has empowered you to do. The law has constitutionally directed you to do. Don't accept kickbacks. Don't try to, you understand? So if every institution show themselves to be able to work independently and competently, you understand, to do the right thing, then we begin to see the changes, the kind of changes we want in our society. INEC, don't rig elections, stop rigging elections, let the candidate that win prevail. When that candidate doesn't perform for the next, if there are any mechanism to remove that candidate in the course of his or her duty or for the time that the candidate is there, like electricity will mention recall. If recall is not possible, the next election cycle is there, let's have a free and fair election, let it count. That way, when everybody knows that we have this, that is what they call rule of law. You don't rig yourself and steal power. Use the institution of government to steal power. What happens is that you have a rudderless society. You have a society that is typically what you call a shithole society. Nothing works. They bend the rules. You understand? They bend the rules. The government will appropriate money and spend money without recourse to the law, without recourse to the institutions that you oversee, you have oversight over them, the National Assembly. When people are elected into the assembly through a rigged election, when they come there, they don't do the job of the people. They do the job of themselves. All they want is money, the constituency allowance that they will get maybe every quarter up to a year for 4 years, and appropriate that to themselves. By the time they leave governance, they are millionaires, when they should be making laws that should change the lives of the people. So this is I don't have anything against Nollywood.
Yeah, do you think Nollywood can influence them by their production and script?
They can, but the problem, yeah, they can. I think they can, but the true situation of the fact is, well, if they begin to do that, will they, like we have in the West here, will they go after them? But they can't use their talent to enlighten the people rather than be part of them. because the only
So are they part of them now, or they are
the only
using it?
the challenge I have is that some of them, some majority of these artists, maybe because of the money involved, they don't care if who they align with is against societal ethics, societal
Values.
values. You understand? So
Ovie
they
has
just
a
want
point
the
while
money,
you're
they want the
talking.
fame.
You want to?
Sorry?
He has something he wants to interject you on. Go ahead.
Okay,
Ovie.
go ahead.
I think we should look at the Nollywood and even Hollywood from a power perspective. The question we should ask that: what power did that institution possess in a society? They possess the power of persuasion. You can say they are there to educate, to inform another, but the most important thing is to persuade the people to whatever story they want you to believe. So if you see it from that perspective, you now ask your question: did Nollywood pass in that direction? Did they take all the story that Nollywood that is manifested from Nollywood? Is it the story that actually make our society better in any standard you can measure it, right? Or if you have the direction we are headed. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Nollywood never told our real history. They just refer the history of what Ferrari, again back to the first letter you wrote. You understand the story or the Nollywood that you told, or the story of how the conquerors were here, what they did, the churches, and so I'm not saying 100%. Maybe if we dig into all those that Yoruba, all those tribal Nollywood movies, they tell story about before the white people come. Kudos to just other guys who I think he lives in Canada, one Yoruba guy who did something about October 1st, right? Shout out to people like Chimamanda Adechi who did Half of a Yellow Page. Those stories will actually take us back to in some sense. So in that direction, it Nollywood pass or fail, right? Because I don't meet people, especially the way they tell me how now Nollywood are they learn. So that's how important they are. You understand? So they possess that power of persuasion, telling stories.
Ovie, is it a
In
failure
general.
of those who know to go recruit them? Because sometimes so you
No,
might need to do.
it's about everything. It's about the money. Like where the money coming from? Who pays the papa to pay the tone? That's why I say, do we control the information we hear? You understand? Information is so important today that Elon Musk paid for the $4 billion.
I don't think
So
we let
the
Olumide
information,
conclude, and he's off the camera now.
yeah. So all the information whatever for social Nigeria, how many billion you want? So that's how important information today is. In order for you to actually control what you hear, to avoid disinformation, that's what 44 billion of Twitter was all about. So Nollywood, who was financing Nollywood? That's where the story emanates from. So the same thing with Nollywood. Now, if you now want to use Nollywood, that of America, you will see how their story was. Now you can say they are biased, right? But it will enhance their own civilization. Today, the Western civilization, one of the great, thanks to Hollywood, has a role to play, right? The Nigerian today, in a way, right? They Nollywood played a part. That's what I'm asking, right? People who are talking about Nigeria via Hollywood, what are they talking about? The Caribbean, other African countries who are talking about Nigeria because they watch Nollywood stories. What are they talking about? You understand? So that's how
Do you
powerful
have
that
an
industry
idea of what they're talking about in the Caribbean about us? Those that watch Nollywood stories, what do they say about us? Do you have any?
you know, of course, the prominent one is Juju, and it's still the how what me and you that we they wake up they watch now. Talk about how Juju they how what rich people, the Nigerians are rich. You know, the same the
Same
Nollywood
narrative.
focus on what the Arise are doing. Just the story, the news are telling the story of the what, the powerful, the rich. That's what they are telling about. They talk about stock exchange. They talk about wedding. They talk about news of how Shehu come to now. How one person they do corrupt money. That's their life. They are telling. That's the same thing. Really was centered around that. They're telling the story of the rich and the evil that really our religion of Christianity portray. Right? A lot of us know say Medicine he did the thing because of the wood. a lot of us like, okay, the missionaries that came did a wonderful thing in our society, than Nollywood. So that's the aspect I expect us to just see it from. The power they possess, that enormous power, how were they able to use it to actually enhance our politics?
Olumide conclude so that I can move on to the next topic on this China thing. I don't even know how I'm going to do that video, but I'm going to skip a few.
Sure, that's fine. I mean, I mean,
so that we can see
conclusion...
what China did and what can be lessons for us. And that's the last video that I have in my setup.
I mean, the most successful industry in Nigeria today, apart from the oil industry, is the entertainment industry. They've been able to self-regulate and make something for themselves, and you understand, even though a lot could still be done. Apart from that, I don't see any other institution in Nigeria that is functioning and really serving the people.
Yeah. Okay.
What can we, sorry, along that line, what can we say about our tech self? We don't talk much about, I mean, we don't get tech industry for Nigeria. We don't get tech industry. We don't get out.
Well, maybe we do, but the challenge there is that do they have that environment to thrive? Do they have that environment
They produce a minister. Let's give it to them. They are doing well. No, not only would ever produce minister.
No, that's what I'm saying. Nollywood doesn't have government money funding them, but that's what I'm saying, they are self-regulating. They made a success of it. They don't have government money invested in them. They've been able to use private investment. That's why I'm saying, apart from oil, they've been able to make the oil.
But they were not able to use that success to achieve power. They are struggling to do that now. I mean, you can give it to this guy in Lagos. What is his name? Our brother in Lagos, this is President Sule. So they are not able to translate that.
That one is a disgrace. That one is a disgrace.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Redeem as an organization, their success due to producing the vice president, right? The small tech industry, they produce minister of at least for history, minister of whatever IT and whatever. Nice, that young guy, Olubon or what Olubuku is, the young guy that they pick as minister. Now that industry. What I'm saying is that in terms of power, yes, no doubt, economically and whatever you want to put in, Hollywood is a very successful industry. There's no doubt about that. But don't you think the inability for them to translate that success to power, either produce one of the, that's where I'm going. Honestly, they lack that.
See, Ovie, not everybody, me, for instance, I'm not interested in politics. You understand?
No, not individual. Not individual.
Don't
make it individual. Don't make it individual because listen, you know what's not make it individual? Because Okonkwo, a politician, he want power. The guy was used as an example in Surulere in Lagos. Desmond, he want power. So don't make it don't put it in the general corner.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that not everybody is interested in politics, but we are interested in our society functioning normally, functioning the way it should function to serve the people. I don't have to go into politics.
In that direction, what is the contributor of Nollywood in that point you just made in general society? What is their contribution?
Okay, let's leave this Nollywood question so we can see this China thing before my own time expires, and then we can have a say. I mean, is there any